Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. There we go. My bad.
Are you good? Let's see. Let me put
I
this
gotta
on.
pull up the YouTube. Then we'll
Me
be
too.
rocking and rolling over here.
Oh, I still missed it. There we go. Man, busy week.
Yes, sir. Hey, I guess that's what we have to do out here.
Yes, sir.
Trying to get this internet up.
You gonna get it figured out. It's gonna be like
Yeah.
rocket ship speed in no time.
Yeah, I was telling the ladies, I said I wanted to somebody at the Pentagon say, who pulling juice like that?
Right? Yeah, you'll be there in no
Oh,
time, brother.
yes, sir. Man, it seemed like the day just zoomed by.
It sure did.
You know,
Way
by the
too
time you
fast.
get to working on something, it's like, boom, it's done.
Yep, I agree.
Oh, this should be a good
Woo!
night. Should be interesting. People probably gonna want this heat tonight.
No,
All they gonna want this heat.
no. I saw something so wild.
What's that?
I want to read it to you. I gotta find this crap on Facebook. You won't believe. Sometimes when people be posting stuff, you just look at it and just like, what? Let me find it. Somebody sent it to me. That, of course, somebody in Israel said this.
Oh Lord, here we go.
Yep.
These these so-called lights. I'm serious. These so-called lights, they're a trip. I'd rather for you just to go ahead and say that you a heathen. I mean, I'm good with it. I wouldn't have a moment's problem because at least I know where I stand with you,
Right.
and you know where you stand with me. But this faking and stuff, I just told Keisha a few seconds ago. I said, man, I'm so tired of people. They be like, how do they say it? Uh, career women. If you've been a career woman all your life, I'd rather for you not to even change up. Just be you.
Right.
Don't all of a sudden talking about I want to get married and have a baby now because all your friends doing it and it's popular. No, just be you. Die alone. I mean, just be honest. Just die alone and be comfortable with that because that's the decision you make.
Right.
Don't play games, especially with that's how good dudes get taken advantage of by some freeloading hustlers,
Right.
as my great
Yep.
grandmama would say.
That's true.
Yep.
And
You
I feel
made the
the same way
bed.
about dudes. Go ahead.
They made the bed. Get comfortable and lay in it.
Yes, sir. That's how you do it.
I'm gonna wait till a couple more people show up in this room because I want they didn't see me the name. They didn't see the name of the person. And I'm good. I'm happy with that. But y'all ain't gonna believe this comment. Or maybe it's just me. I don't think it's just me. But you're gonna listen to this, you're gonna be like, what the this is the faith.
They got the light part down. They just missing Israel.
Right. Brother Clyde Gilchrist, Shabbat Shalom. Jay Morris, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Brother Ronnie Rainier, Shabbat Shalom. I put in work, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Elaine Brock, Shabbat Shalom, sister. Straight out of Judah, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Lisa McKinney, Shabbat Shalom. Hallelujah.
This must gonna be a good email.
It's crazy.
It look like you warming up on this email.
Yep. When I read it, I had to go take a drink.
Uh-oh. I might need to get my drink order ready first.
I was about to say, yeah. Now that you just said that.
It's crazy. The faith. Tony, be quiet. The faith. F-A-I-F. Faith. Whew. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Oh man, my son got some Japanese sake. It's strong. I've never had sake.
Oh, that's awesome.
Never. Bro, Jay Moore said, I don't drink due to medical conditions. I understand, brother. I understand. I wish we could tell it to other people who, despite the fact that they have high blood pressure or any other issues, it's amazing to see how many people, despite the fact that they have medical conditions, like, for instance, how smart is it? I'm gonna pick something random. All right? Is that cool, brothers?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
If you have high blood pressure, why are you smoking?
I don't know.
If you have bad liver, why are you still drinking?
That's good stuff, brother. Woo!
I never understood that. I never understood that. Like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna make sure that when I die, I know that I'm supposed to be the patriarch of my house, but I'm doing everything I can to remove myself from the house permanently.
Sounds like some stuff has, these vices have power over folks in those situations. That would be the only thing that I could think of.
Yes, sir.
And everyone could say, oh, well, that's not me. This or that doesn't have power over me. Hey, test that boast. Try it.
Right.
Try it out for a season.
Because you'll be surprised. I know I cut out things before. You remember, brothers, when I cut out alcohol?
Yes, sir.
And y'all call me like, hey, brother, what's going on? I'm like, and I had a pounding migraine for a week.
Yes, sir. I remember that.
Because we always say things like, well, it ain't got, those things don't have control over me. Then get rid of it and see what happens to you. See what happens to your body.
Right. Then you're not just talking.
Because I said it. Oh, I can quit it at any time. And I did quit it at any time. And I paid for it dearly.
Right.
My body was fighting against, I couldn't think. I had a migraine for a week, brothers and sisters, because I cut out alcohol for, I think, 5 months. Because I realized I started to lose control to it. See, here, on this channel, we have real talk. I know that y'all are used to your pastors and elders and teachers who have no problems. But some of us have overcome some things. And some of us are constantly in the process of overcoming things, of killing. People always say, you need to kill the flesh and live in the spirit while they're stuck on alcohol.
Right. Or cigarettes or whatever else it may be.
Yeah, yes. Sister Lisa said, same happened to me with coffee. Sister, I did the same thing with coffee.
Yep.
Sister Tanisha just said her too. We actually cut off coffee for a couple of months. I couldn't focus. Like, I would wake up in the morning grouchy and literally outside of how I normally operated because I didn't know, you never really know how much you need that cup of coffee in the morning.
Right, right.
Then you don't have it and you feel it. I'm sorry, bro, Dave. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think it's critical, crucial. I don't care who you are and what it is. Well, I should say, when I say what it is, meaning things that you should even be partaking of, period. I guess I should quantify with that. But even if it's things that are lawful for us to partake of, you should from time to time discipline yourself and not partake of that, just to ensure. Because like we said, otherwise you can think all day long, and that's what the flesh would exactly want you to do. Automatically assume this doesn't have power over me, that doesn't have power over me, I'm in control of it. But until you test that thing and hey, you may as well just call it for what it is. You're hooked. And you can say, oh, well, no, I'm not. Well, how do you know? Well, because I know. Well, that's not an answer. Have you gone not a day, not a week, but some period of time without it? Then you can say that. And otherwise, I think that's what makes people say, hey, I don't care if this, fix is doing this or that to my body. I can't give it up.
Right.
But they wouldn't have the fortitude to say it that straightforwardly. They'll just, continue to play games with themselves. Oh, I just like the smell of it, or I just, it's nostalgic for me. I just like whatever. No, you're hooked. That's what it is.
That's what it is. Sugar, because people always talk about preparedness. And the one thing I think that most people would simply die because their body is entwined with some chemical. And I'm not saying sugar's bad. I mean, it's bad for you, but I'm not saying you can't enjoy it. You can enjoy sugar. You can enjoy alcohol. You can enjoy coffee. But when you cut yourself off of it for a period of time, look at how your body responds to you.
Right.
I literally had a war going, and I've cut both these things out in the last 2 years and then brought them back, and now I can do it moderately. I can enjoy alcohol moderately. I can enjoy coffee moderately. But before that, when I cut it off, I was a wreck. I was literally from coffee bedridden.
Man.
I couldn't get up and go outside and work because the sun made the light made my migraine worse. Anytime I stomped or you step pretty hard, my body would ache. Everything was going on to the point where I was like, I just want to lay in bed. And that was just coffee. So you don't realize, as Bird David said, a lot of people talk the talk. Oh, I can just quit it whenever I need to. Can you really?
Right.
If that's the case, try it for a month. Just try it for 1 month. How about this? Because we don't ever want to test ourselves. We just like talking. One of the things that I try to do every once in a while is put my cell phone for 24 hours.
Oh, man.
Don't pick it up. Don't look at it. Don't go and search your emails or your text messages. For some of y'all, get off Facebook for a week. See what happens to you. Y'all may not want. Now, I'm not on Facebook very often, but most of y'all would probably be jonesing.
You're right. Hey, the cell phone, I know that all that other stuff is bad, but that cell phone will have people looking like crackheads.
That's true.
Literally.
Y'all be like, hey, where's Brother Chris? I'd be like, hey, brothers.
You see what's on Facebook? Yeah, I think now technology is the new drug.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
The new drug.
Man, that's
Yes, sir. It is. It is a drug because people, it's funny, and this is not on the topic, but it's on topic. Suma, Shabbat Shalom. It's funny because you'll see people who post up stuff specifically for likes. Like you'll see a woman in the faith. It's funny because she'll post up a picture on Facebook, not get enough thumbs up, so then she'll take the picture down.
Yep.
Yep, she'll take the picture down, go do a new pose, and then post that one up until she gets enough likes. And then suddenly she's like, woo, okay. I feel important now because enough men like my picture.
Yep.
Take it down and repost the same one.
Funky Drummer 76 said, I was off Facebook for 2 weeks. Best feeling ever. Yes, sir. I was when Facebook first came out, it was actually specifically for college students. You had to have an ID, a student ID to get on Facebook. And I was one of the original people that were part of Facebook. I guess you call it trial period because it was just really for college people. I was one of the first that were on. When I mean one of the first, I'd say one of the first million that were on Facebook. I actually got off Facebook for like 7-8 years because even I started to realize I wasn't posting things up for likes, but I realized Facebook disturbs your peace. Like
That's
it was
true.
literally disturbing my peace. Facebook was looking at what people were posting, responding, getting in Facebook arguments, doing all that. My peace was disturbed. You know, trying to manage 4,000 friends. Now I have 200 friends on my Facebook page. I shut my Facebook down from 4,000 to 200 because I realized most of the people aren't even friends.
No, sir.
So I prefer to keep my peace, my happiness. The people that I'm friends with on Facebook are the people that I actually truly care about. Well, most of them. And then I love Facebook Marketplace. I am guilty of that. Facebook Marketplace is the bomb. And I actually do some of my business on Facebook Marketplace. So I do use that.
They have some good deals. I can understand that. They have some good deals.
I mean, you see people today walking around and literally, I mean, they're breaking down over Facebook. I'm like, ooh, it's social media.
Right.
Like your life is really based on what other people think about you. That's your life.
Hey.
LaFrance Hart, Shabbat Shalom. All right, brothers, y'all ready for this?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I want to know what y'all and every brother in the chat right now, and sister if you want to. If you can, I want you to post up your first initial response. Type it in the comment section. Your first initial response when you hear this comment. All right. It was sent to me. Listen to this. Do men ever think, damn, she's been through a lot. Let me show her something different and treat her like a queen? Because we all know what she's been through a lot means. She's probably just been through a lot of relationships.
Right.
Let me treat her like a queen. That's what the person, that's what somebody screenshotted that and sent it to me. Perfectly imperfect said simp. Well, this was sent, apparently the poster was a woman. I did get that much. They did tell me that the poster was a woman.
But I didn't, otherwise I was going to say, well, just let me know how that works out for you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me read some of these comments. Brother Steve Wilson, Shabbat Shalom. He said, no. Son of Israel said, nope. Perfectly imperfect said, simp. Brother Ryan said, what? House of Coalesce said, nah, I do not agree with the queen part at all. Brother Clyde Gilchrist said, been ran through, LOL. My question was, when the person sent it to me, what makes what makes a woman think that because she's been through a lot, which is usually self-inflicted, based on the choices that they themselves have made, why would a man have to take her and say, let me treat her better than she's ever treated herself? Brother Tim Lindley, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Elder, forgive me, Elder, Shabbat Shalom. He said, if she's been through a lot, I don't need that drama. Exactly. Exactly. So it just made me think, like, what would provoke a person to say, or a woman to think, that because I've been through a lot, I therefore deserve treatment better than what I've been able to give myself. That's like me saying, does anybody ever look at a brother and say, man, he's been to jail, and decide I'm gonna give the guy a $200,000 a year job at a bank when he was arrested for theft?
No, sir. Not at all.
Oh my gosh.
Out of here. Oh man.
Wow.
Yeah, Jay Morris, I don't see your comment.
Been through a lot, equivocates a lot of work.
Yes, sir.
That's bad.
Like,
bad.
who buys a car? If you're looking for a truck, brothers, do you want a truck, like a nice pickup truck that's you're gonna use to tow and to move, hay and rock? Who would want to have a truck that has been working at a rock quarry for 20 years?
Hauled a lot of miles, carried a lot of loads.
Carrying load after load.
Had a lot
That
of
thing
loads
got
in it.
a lot of loads have been into the bed of that truck.
Man.
A lot of stones, a lot of stones have been bouncing around the bed of that truck.
Man.
And now the person wants to sell the truck for more than it was when they originally bought it.
What?
Ooh.
That's an ongoing thing too, brothers. That is an ongoing. I don't even understand it. That is an ongoing thing. The people think, well, because they always use this stuff. I've grown. I've matured. I'm like wine. I got better with time. Yeah, but that's because you got high mileage. That's because you'd have been through as you say, you'd have been through so much. Man, you'd have been through so much. You don't need to be messing with some of these good brothers. You need to go over there to, I don't know, Iceberg Slim or something and mess with him.
Man.
Funky Drummer said, let me read some more of these comments. Sister Lisa said, oh no. Brother Jean-Paul, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Clyde Gilchrist said, that's really selfish thinking on her part. And brother, that's it.
Yes, sir.
Because how many women, if I'm a man and I'm like, sister should be willing to take a man, and treat him like a king when he has no car, $250,000 in debt, 4 baby mamas, been in jail 4 times, women should just look at it and say, man, that brother's been through a lot. Let me treat him like a king. Huh?
We know that ain't happening.
Where does that thinking even come from?
Hollywood.
Hollywood. Brother David said, Hollywood. That's where that comes from. And it does. We watch, those in the faith have watched too much romance movies. Today we were talking about, or yesterday, we were talking about 2 different topics. Infatuation versus love. And I said, most people today, most women and men today in their marriages are simply infatuated. Women will become infatuated with a man, jump in this house, engage in sex. Once the sex is over, the love is over.
Yes, sir.
Because when I look at love, love is a constant. Love is an action word. If you love me, you will keep my commandments.
Yes, sir.
So if I don't keep Yah's commandments, I don't love him. It doesn't matter how many Hail Marys I say, how long my fringes are, how big bushy my beard is, how many little rugs on top of my head I wear, how many seats, how many Ben Yahwehs I have in my name. If you don't keep the commandments, and believe, trust, love, and obey Yeshua HaMashiach, you don't love them.
That's
That's
it.
the book.
That's it. I think too many people.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say I think too many people been engaging when Brother David said Hollywood, and you was talking about romance stories. People take that. They've been watching too much Pretty Woman. They take that concept. You go get a prostitute, turn her into a wife in X number amount of days, months, or whatever the case is, and that's all of that is contrary to God's word. To y'all's word, that's all contrary. So I don't know. It says a lot when we have elevated Hollywood, the movie, Harlequin romance novel, above the Bible.
Yes.
It says a lot because we actually, most people now, they're actually living out those things versus living out, walking out the word.
That's true.
They normalize it. Oh, yeah, it's just normal. Child, don't worry about it. You've been through a lot. He'll just have to have pity on you, have spent some extra time with you, some extra resources, working on your mind and everything else. Meanwhile, at least you got and this is how they talk. Well, at least I still got my body after you had 2 or 3 kids. Come on, man. That ain't cool. Why would you present something like that to a man and you done already used up everything that man would like to have? The man would like to use. You done already gave it over to someone.
And I have a hard time saying that person truly repented for their sins. If you really believe that you going through a lot, which usually means you were walking in your curses and walking in sin. That's really what it means when people say I've gone through a lot. What that basically means to me is that you just walked in your sin. So how can you say you truly repented and understand the recompense, understand that you have to cleanse yourself if you believe that all of a sudden now you are worth more than when you started?
Right.
You can't truly say you repented. I know due to the sin that I have gone through that, and also I was going to say, also it's hard for you to truly understand mercy and grace. You can't say I understand mercy if I am overvaluing myself because of what I've gone through.
And you have
I know Yah's been merciful on me. I've done so much crap in my life. So the fact that he found value in me, mind you, he places the value in me.
Yes, sir.
Not me telling Yah, you should treat me like a king.
That's that entitlement syndrome.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Delusional, actually, is what it is.
It is.
Strong
it truly
delusion.
is. Perfectly Imperfect said, I don't know if this is a woman or a man, or brother or sister, but this is an excellent comment. She said, he or she said, women like that have no accountability. They're not accountable to their actions. They just get to do whatever they want to. And at the end of the day, Sister Elaine said something like it. They become a new creature after every time they go out and sin.
Wow.
Every time they go out and have sex and come back home and it doesn't work out, they're a renewed creature. They're a renewed virgin.
Man.
Okay, this is the sister. Blessings to your head's house, Perfectly Imperfect. Forgive me.
Hey, Sister Elaine hitting on something, and you are too. I don't know why we need to drop the ball all the time. That accountability part is they constantly want you to lower the bar. That way, like when the lady said in that text message, do men ever think, man, she's been through a lot? Basically, what she was saying is you need to lower the bar for us.
Yes.
Don't have a standard. Forget y'all standard. Just throw that out the window. It ain't about nothing.
Right.
Lower the bar for me.
Create your own standard so I can graduate.
Yes, sir. So that lets you know that they know they're unqualified for the things that they think they are.
Yes.
Such as wife, concubine, maidservant. Just say that.
There it is.
Unqualified. Hey, I know I'm unqualified, but could you lower the bar for me, please? I really want to be married now. I was with Jeff with the 6-pack. He hit it and quit and left me with a baby and ran. And you like, but the standard been here all the time. What was the prerequisites between you and Jeff? Oh, he was just fine. I just was feeling, I was emotionally going through something.
I've been through a lot.
There we go. I've been through a lot, Jeff.
My ex left me.
There we go.
And the one before him left me too. And actually the one before him, he left me also. Or I left him.
Man.
So I was discussing with the sisters about infatuation versus love, and just listening to their prior stories from friends they had in high school and stuff like that, and college, I was like, it seems that most people are just simply infatuated. Most women are infatuated with the idea of being married, but they don't actually understand love.
Which is why they have no staying power.
Which is why they don't stay, because they're infatuated. In fact, we looked up the word in fact was infatuated or infatuation. We looked up the word infatuation, and basically it was a person who based their what they were doing on their feelings. I feel this way. I feel like I love you.
Foolish like emotions.
Yeah, foolish emotions. It talked a lot about foolishness.
Man.
And I'm looking at it like, if a woman wanted a husband, and the husband set standards, for you to, I can tell which spirit she's operating in. Like if she's operating in the spirit of a hoe, if she tries to get me to lower my standard so that she, as Brother Andre was saying, that was actually in my notes. If she can get me to lower my standard so she can pass, like, can you just lower the passing grade from a 70 to a 24?
Man.
Why a 24? Because I have 25. I'm at 25%. Well, that's failing. But there's always some dude who's going to lower his standard, and that's what happens is these women then think, I'm always passing because I'm getting with dudes who keep lowering their standards for me to pass. So there's actually no reason for her to ever rise her bar, for her to ever elevate or ever become better or ever truly repent or ever change, because she's so used to men lowering their bar for her. That when somebody comes by and says, no, the passing grade is 70, but for you, it's now 80. You have to get up to the bar. Yahshua set a bar for us as men. He don't lower the bar so that we can make it to the kingdom.
Oh, sir.
He don't say, hey, brothers, man, I really like the way y'all talk. Here's what I'm going to do. Everybody else has to keep all the commandments. You three, you only need to keep 6 of them. Pick the 6.
Man.
Pick the 6 commandments you want to keep. The rest of them will throw away. Y'all pass. We know if we did that, we would go to hell. We couldn't say we love him. So I ask, why do women, instead of when you talk to a man and he gives you a standard, why do you look at him as if he doesn't deserve to have a standard?
All the while, even while looking at him as if he doesn't deserve to have one, she knows full well she has one. Though she shouldn't, she does.
Right.
Or not that she shouldn't have a standard, but you know what I'm saying? It's like she's lived her whole life with the bar extremely low, but now comes in this situation expecting, with this high expectation even that you're going to lower your standard. The whole thing is just hypocrisy.
Yes. And her staying power is simply based on, and I had to look at myself because I've had women who literally did not meet the standard that I set, but they stayed. And I wondered why they stayed until they eventually left. And I figured out they're staying because they really think you're going to lower their standard. There's something that they see inside of you that makes them think that they can get away with causing you to lower your standard. That's why they're staying.
Just wait it out.
Yep. They actually have no intent on meeting your standard that you set. They just want to stay down here, and what they do, men, that's why the Bible says in Sirach 25, give the water no passage, neither give a wicked woman liberty to get abroad. If she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off from my flesh, and give her a bill of divorce, and send her out of your house. That's why it says that, because as she wears on you, brothers, your standard is here. This is where she's at. As she wears on you, that mouth, that attitude, her disagreements, her rebellion, her witchcraft, her ignoring, her wickedness. And then what happens is she gets you to a point where she is now above you and she's passing. And that was the plan the whole time. Uh-oh, are we frozen?
No, sir, we're not froze.
Okay.
We're good. I think HOQ froze.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, there he is. That's right, Imabina. She said, like water seeking its lowest level. She's wearing you down. Brother Clyde Gilchrist said, like Ahab did Jezebel. Like Jezebel did Ahab. She's just wearing you down until she gets you to a level where you're below her, and now she is passing. Not because she got an 81 because you wanted an 80, but because she lowered you down to a 24 because she's a 25. And now you just turn a hoe into a wife because she's meeting your standard all of a sudden. You think that you have a good wife because once a week she lets you do something.
Uh-oh,
Right.
once a week, let.
Hey, that's the Western way right there.
That's it.
Lower the standards so that you can, well,
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Shoot it.
lower the standards so that you can pretend you're a hoe as a housewife.
Woo!
Yep.
So you can look good in front of the brethren.
Yes, sir.
So you can get your elder wings on, your pastoral wings on, so you can be knighted.
Yep.
Man.
Yep. Man.
Part of it with dudes too, I think some of this too on the flip side is, men don't want, well, men do, so I shouldn't even put it this way. Men have no problem because we set the standard. That's just in our nature. That's how the Father has made us, those who are about his business. The problem is most males don't want to do that. They don't want to meet Yah's standard. Therefore, they don't really want to look for a woman who would qualify for anything, because then that forces them to look in the mirror like, whoa, would I be deserving of this? Or could I actually acquire such a thing? No, because I'm not even doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
And so, the imbalance comes when you do have someone who then is, functioning on a high level. And I'm talking about in regards to Yah and his ways and what he is, the road in which he is set out for us to partake of. When you've been doing that thing and you've actually had to forsake some things, you're not willing to compromise that for nothing. So you're not willing to lower that standard. But for those who are on the outside looking in, they can't comprehend that. The females can't comprehend that you would have the audacity to maintain this standard. And men can't comprehend, they can't comprehend it either.
That's true,
and they don't say it, but you can look at it. You can tell when you look at who is with them. You can tell.
That's exactly it. Woo!
Good
I was going to
stuff.
say, most men who choose women like that choose that sort of woman because they have nothing to lose. In order for a man to raise his level of thinking, he has to have something worth, something that, you know, most of these dudes, what are they going to lose? Their apartment? But if you as a man have built something like we as men are supposed, I'm not even talking about building like I built a house. Build something within yourself. If you built something, you're not willing to gamble for a woman. Men that are willing to gamble, and I'm talking, brother, I'm talking from a personal experience. I used to be that guy that was willing to gamble because I had not built anything in my life. I didn't have anything. So I was willing to take gambles. As I've grown and matured over the past, I'd say, decade, as I really come to walk this faith out, as I got away from these camps and ministries that fought for me, and I started to look at myself and look at what Yah gave me and said, Yah, you gave me this thing, the rock, my brothers, my family, the children, the skills, the experiences. You've given me these things to be a good steward, to return to you a profit. So I can't gamble with what you've given me, Father, because by gambling with that, I'm basically saying that what you've given me is nothing.
Right. Damn.
So men have this thing of, I'm willing to gamble for any woman. I'll take a hoe and try to turn her into a housewife because I've got nothing to lose if I fail. So you have low men who go after low-hanging fruit. The Bible puts it out there. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man.
Yes, sir.
The low are going to find the low. So if you want something greater, men, you have to raise not just your standard, but you have to raise what you're doing so that the women that are better quality, I guess you'd say.
Got to raise your character.
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly.
You have to develop.
That's why dudes are always at the club.
Right.
Go ahead, brother. What were you saying?
You got to develop some character.
Yes. And Sister Angela, Simple Life, Grateful Wife, said something. She said, women have the ability to see vulnerabilities in a man, just like a man can see a vulnerable woman. Game, recognize, game.
That's true.
That's truth.
Absolutely.
That is truth. Women know how to present themselves to you, brothers, as if she's hanging from a vine and you're the only one that could rescue her. What did Proverbs, was it 7? What did it say about the whore?
Yes, sir.
She's at every corner. Every corner, brothers. Looking for you.
Like a
The
tick.
simple. Yep. She's looking for the foolish man.
Wow.
And there he goes. Walking by.
Baby,
And then the Bible says,
hard time.
what was that?
Baby, you look like you're having a hard time. You need something different in your life? Try me.
Right.
That's interesting because now Yah says don't even go on the block. Don't even go down her street.
Don't even go.
Here we go. Oh, you look like you're having a hard time. Let me rescue you. Because I know more than Yah, who created the heavens and the earth.
Yes, sir. That's it.
And you know what she does? She comes by and says, oh, Yahweh Shemba Hamashah.
Yeah.
My name is Esther Ruth Ben Susanna. and she's got the head covering that goes from her top of her head all the way down to the ground. I just love Yahuwah. I'll do anything. I'll follow him to the ends of the earth. And I sit back and I'm like, wait a minute, stop, time out. You do know that Yahuwah never asked you to follow him. He asked you to follow your husband, right? Yahuwah never said, wives, follow me. Yahuwah, Yah, said, wives, follow your husband.
That's that speed bump right there that'll jerk the car out of alignment.
Jay Moore said, thank y'all for speaking truth. Sorry for the comment that got me on timeout.
Oh,
I didn't see anything that got you on timeout.
I didn't either.
I didn't see. Did I put you on timeout, Jay Morris? I will say sometimes the moderators, we do sit on our phones and we do put people on timeout accidentally. We've all been guilty of it.
Yes, sir.
So I didn't see anything you said. So if you get put on timeout, it was probably an accident, Brother Jay. Suma said they took away TV shows like Father Knows Best and I Dream of Jenny.
And you have to even be careful with some of that, because some of them old school shows like Father Knows Best, that man did a little speaking, but his wife was always pulling the string. I'm just saying, some of that stuff started leaking out even back then.
Yes, sir.
During that period of time, we had black and white TV. You know how you grew up? I grew up old school where they had Hazel and all that stuff playing in the background. Them maids and them women were full force feminine. They just didn't show you their bras burning in the backyard.
Yep.
Full force feminine.
Yep. No, bro, Jay Morris, you're fine. It was an accident. You see, Sister Angela said she did it. She didn't even realize the button was hit. You're good, Brother Jay. You're good. Imabina said, and sometimes dressed in long skirts and head wraps. I would even say, I would go as far as to say, that's almost a majority now.
Yep.
The majority of them now, because the faith, especially quotation marks, the Hebrew Israelites, they become a new fad. Everybody is in the faith now. Everybody. What basically happened is people who did not have an identity got one, and without actually living it, they just claimed it.
I almost told most people they can go back to pants. I mean, I'm being funny, but I'm saying when you look at how everybody is doing it, because it's popular now, I'm like, man, y'all might well wear pants. If we judging everybody by what they wear, even the so-called Israelites, we in trouble.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Brother Clyde Gilchrist, thank you. We are honored. Thank you, thank you. Jay Morris, thank you. And that's right, brother. Everybody, this faith now has become, like I said, it's a fashion show now. That's all it is. The women are still hoes. It's just become a fashion show.
But even on that, it's interesting because it's really, by and large, attracting likeness, where a vast majority of the women are just, behaving like hoes. The vast majority of dudes who come to the faith, they ain't really here for y'all. They're here because it's like, hey, these folks will let me do polygyny.
Yep.
A lot of them, when you listen to them speak, and you're thinking, hey, man, this brother's about to, I'm going to be edified by this conversation with him. I'm going to be edified by his testimony or what the Father has brought him through.
Yes.
Only thing you hear about is polygyny, if we can even call it that. So it's no wonder why you have, a vast majority of dudes, if that's the level they're on, what does that attract? Hoes.
Hoes. Brother, you saying something right now. Because wherever the pimps go, the hoes will follow.
Yes, sir.
So the pimps are now coming to the faith, F-A-I-F, faith.
Yes, sir.
The pimps are coming to the faith now, and
We
the
ain't
hoes
talking
are
about
following.
the book. Just so that y'all know, when he's spelling it, that's not the book. That's the lookalikes. That's the
Yes.
classes.
Yes. There's the faith, F-A-I-F, versus the faith, F-A-I-T-H, also known as believers or Israel or whatever term you want to label yourself. You keep the commandments of Yah.
Right.
You believe in the testimony of Yahshua HaMashiach. You follow Yahshua HaMashiach. You follow the whole Bible, not Genesis through Malachi. The whole Bible. I mean, I know a lot of people, I don't believe in Yahshua. Ooh, you must have a whole lot of sheep and doves and goats.
Ain't enough on this earth.
If I had to sacrifice for every sin, we'd all be vegetarians, because I would have gone into the giraffes and zebras, elephants. Brother Class said the faithful. The faith. Amabina said, our tenant called herself a Hebrew Israelite. She's always high as a kite and has a filthy mouth, always brawling. Then they get holy on Saturday. Woo!
Man.
That's it.
She said, high as the kite. Oh, man. That's the faith.
That's the faith. So that's what we're talking about right now. A lot of women come into this faith and they immediately place themselves in the status of wife. And my question is what grading system did you use to determine the worth of a wife? And I mean biblically. What system did you use to come in and say, I deserve to be a queen? I'm a wife. But how? How did you get there?
Yes, sir. What are your qualifications? Show me your resume.
The prerequisites. Did you meet those to be a wife? Just saying. Woo! Brother Clyde said they used Tyler Perry's system. They sure did. But Jay Morris said, as you know, I'm a white guy, and I'm guessing that there's maybe 1% of white women that will follow Torah. And they say Concubine the one would probably get charges pressed against me if I said that. To be honest, brother, though, Brother Jay, that's the same in women of color.
Absolutely.
That's the same thing, brother. It's interesting, though, because hearing the perspective from a guy that is white and hearing that the women basically all act the same. Women of color, they tend to come to this faith, and they all believe that because they came to the faith that they are brand new, that everything about them is brand new. Therefore, that they get the rewards of a virgin, which then that causes us to actually devalue the real value of a virgin.
Yes, sir.
If we say that this woman who's been with 8 dudes, 2 baby daddies, is the same as a virgin, what are we really saying in this faith? That the defiled and the pure are the same? See, we as men, the 3 of us that are here, we realize we defiled ourselves in this world, but we are busting our asses to raise up a seed that will not be defiled. But we're never confused about what we've done in our life. Brother David, you ever confused about it?
Not a day, not a minute.
Brother Andre, you ever confused of what you've done in your past?
No, sir. Not at all.
We know. But we're paying the sacrifice and we're saying we want to raise up a holy seed in this faith so that my children don't ever have to run the streets.
Hallelujah. Yes, sir.
Or do any of that madness. So we brought them out of the world, way out here, where they won't even be introduced to it. Y'all will it. We can mitigate every last part if we can, as best as we can, so that they don't even have to get introduced to different sects. Women that are hoes. Men that are fake. They won't understand that. But Dad, you want to say something? It's like you want to say something. Go ahead, brother.
No, you own it. You own it.
Yeah, man. What you said, it make you want. Hey, it make you want to repent, bro. When you said that about, men comparing or making virgins equal to, when you think about your daughters making virgins equal to women that are harlots, women that were hoes, women that went against the Bible. Oh, hell no. That make you want to repent bad. Because in your heart, you'd have made that mistake too at some point in your life by calling something Lamborghini, even though it was a Ford Pinto.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Man, that's strong, bro.
And again, we're not saying that these women who have been, who have been defiled, we're not saying that they're worthless or without value. That's not what we're saying. All we're saying is there's a proper evaluation, though, and it's not all wife category. That really should be. That's really for a very select few. It's a very narrow few. Those basically who have been obedient to and adhere to Yah's word, who allowed that to be a protection against defilement.
Yep. That's truth, brother.
And that's a very select few. That's a narrow path. This faith is a narrow path.
Right. Right. I didn't come into the faith, nor do I think that y'all did. I didn't come into the faith and tell Yah what level I was at. I came into the faith and said, Yah, if you are willing to use me as a servant, I will be the best servant I could ever be. Because by being a servant, I'm part of the body.
Yes, sir.
And at his behest, when he chose to, he pulled me and refined me and put me through the fire and through tests and through trials to burn off those things that I thought were good. But he had no value. He looked at those things and said, those things are not value to me. I don't want those things. So he refined me in the fire and then lowered me. Y'all literally brought me in almost as if I was a hoe. Because the things I had to go through in my life were powerful. For those of you that know my testimony. So he brought me in literally as a hoe. And he built me up. I had to go by his program to show him that I was willing to be used how he saw fit. And whatever status I'm at right now, I'm willing to be used by how he sees fit.
Yes, sir.
So if I'm only in the maidservant category, I'm not fighting anybody or telling y'all I'm at least a concubine.
Man.
I'm a wife. Because if I'm a wife, if y'all sees it that I'm a wife, hallelujah. If he pulls me up to the position of a wife, hallelujah. But if not, how do I go to Yah with my baggage and tell him where he should put me?
I wouldn't recommend it. That is not the pathway of wisdom.
Yes. Yes. And
Doing
women,
it,
it's the same. It's the same thing. What that's as for y'all is that so many of y'all come in trying to tell the man where you belong in his house. So a lot of you choose, I'm just not going to get married then unless he gives me the position that I think I deserve.
Hey, and you know what? That's the best decision for you then. As
That's
long
a
as you're
great
in
decision.
that train of thought, that mindset, that's the best decision for you. Therefore, you don't have to, have on your resume that you wrecked yet another home.
Man. Woo.
That you destroyed yet another man.
It's something you said earlier.
As a vessel of dishonor.
Mm.
Yet again.
Wow.
That's wow.
It's something you said earlier, and I was thinking, I don't see, well, I haven't saw guys like us being like, I don't care about being no elder. I don't care about being no pastor. I don't care about all them titles and stuff. I'm doing that at the house. The greatest title is son of the Most High, son of my own father that's in the flesh, husband and father. But I was thinking that, when I came in, shit, I was just happy just to be counted among y'all folks. I didn't care where I was at. I'm getting in where I fit in, Jack.
Man.
I don't need all that extra stuff. Hey, you want to be a deacon? Hey, you want to be this? Hey, you want to be that? No. I just want to be counted among y'all's few.
That's
it.
all.
Just
That's
call
it.
me brother. I'm good with that.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
Brother Jamil said, I want men to think if Yahuwah brought all they previous lovers of a woman you call wife to your wedding day, they can state all the intimacy positions they had with her. She is to be a virgin. And sisters, that's what we're trying to get you to understand. A man can make you a wife. That's his choice. But you can't come into a house and say, I'm a wife. Because what if at our wedding, as the brother said, what if I said, well, then bring all your previous lovers to our wedding? And they're going to be my best men. They're going to stand up in the front with me. And I'm going to give a testament of, I want to know what they did and you did, why they aren't with you anymore. And some of y'all would have 5, 4, 10 men up there with you. Still trying to make the argument that you're a wife. That you should come into this man's house as a wife.
I love the book. It's just so simple and so pure. If you're a wife, all right, produce the tokens.
Ooh.
And we know how
I want to see blood in the sheet.
Yes, sir. We know how it was going down if you were advertised as one thing and then, D-Day comes, game time is here, and then you're unable to produce the tokens. Hey, that was a shame not only on you, that was a shame on your father. That was a shame on everyone around you.
And the Bible says she was to be put to death.
To death.
Death.
So that just goes to show you how far removed we are from Yah's standards in terms of what it is to be a wife. I don't know how you do that and you're on dude number 50 or 100 or whatever these crazy number stuff is on. Anyway, I don't know how you do it.
Man, you're hitting on something, bro.
New age virginity.
Woo. Man.
And again, that's not to say that other women would not have a place. You do. The problem is not placement. The problem is not availability of places. The problem is over-evaluation, a entitlement mentality. you know, just malicious appraisals.
Yes.
You know, we understand it in everything else we buy, everything else we take possession of. Could you imagine going to acquire a piece of property and you know, the appraisal tells you it's worth 100,000, whatever it is, only to discover, nah, this thing is really worth 20, because it's got some issues with it. It's been used up by some previous owners in some ways that's not in keeping with how you plan to use this land. Or you go to buy a house and it's like, hey, you know, it's still a good house, but it's not $100,000. No, it's not $100,000 house. It's got this issue, that issue. This person lived here and they tore this up. This person over used it and was rough with it. This is broken. It's going to take some repairs. It's going to take some nurturing, you know, to get it, those walls back plumb. It's got a little lean to it. Could you imagine someone trying to tell you that's no, this is the praise of the same house next door that's brand new, the Virgin House. So, you know, we get it in every other realm, whether it's a land, a house, vehicles, whatever else you buy, food. You wouldn't go pay, you know, new price for an open bag of chips or some, you know, whatever it is you're buying. We understand it in every other realm, but for some reason, when it comes to this, oh, we brand new. We don't get it. We don't understand the evaluation at this point.
He said an open bag of chips. You saying something? Go ahead.
That bag of burger buns with 2 buns missing. It's already been ate up. But you still you expect me to pay full price for this less than half full bag of, you know, buns. Come on. Johnny done already told him buns up. But you
I mean, can you imagine if you bought, like, you know, you remember back in the day you could buy the ice cream cones. Imagine before the guy gave you the ice cream cone, he was like, hold on. There you go. And he's still selling it to you at regular price. But then he throws some sprinkles on it. He throws some sprinkles on it to cover the lick mark.
Right. Or maybe he just has a prayer for it.
Whoa!
He tells you it's spiritually new. He renamed it. Nella Binya.
Man.
Sister Amy, Shabbat Shalom to you and Brother David. Oh, gosh.
Saggy bun.
Saggy bun. All right, 12 Tribes asked the question. He said, can you please give me your super honest reaction for if your 15-year-old daughter brought home a 40-year-old and he demanded to be her husband? What can a 15-year-old know about marriage? Time out. Here's my issue. Here's my issue. My 15-year-old daughter couldn't bring nobody home because my 15-year-old daughter is home.
Right.
I don't live in a way where my 15-year-old daughter can go out there and find a man on her own. I don't let my children just run around with cell phones and access to being able to talk to anybody in the world. So there's no way my 15-year-old daughter would even have access to a 40-year-old man. Second, she couldn't bring him home because I have a front gate. See, my children, they are always with one of the parents. Either one of the sisters or myself. There's no way they would even have access. So I can't, as much as I would like to, brother, I couldn't give you an honest response because I wouldn't have one. It wouldn't happen. Now, if she was 18 and she left the homestead and wanted to go live her own life, she ain't bringing him here.
Man.
Go ahead, Brother David.
Well, I mean, I would say, first off, in that scenario, that would have to mean, you know, whether it's this individual or anyone else in that circumstance, they have, you know, failed to rear up their child in a proper way. They have failed to maintain this relationship with that daughter. That would be step one of how that could even happen. Secondly, like you just hit on, how could your 15-year-old daughter be bringing anything? Because I'm like, where is she coming from? Where did she go? How did that happen? How did I let my defenses down to a point that allowed something like that to happen? Out of these adults here, and she was with no one? I mean, even on feast days, my 14-year-old is going to be with one of her moms or within eyesight of myself, so that I absolutely know what's going on at all times. So I just can't imagine, you know, that's just an impossibility. So if that were to happen and she made these, you know, she just decided, you know, she's busting through every fence, every barrier that we have put in place for her protection, man, then I guess she made a tough bed to lay in. And if that dude didn't come and talk to me, he just made a tough bed to lay in.
Ooh.
It'll be a tough situation.
I'm trying to figure out how was the daughter around the person long enough to build up some type of rapport, relationship, association, or anything to where the guy has liberty, or she feel comfortable bringing him back to the house, and then he actually has. He's probably real stupid, first of all, but he's so dumb. He coming back to the house with a 15-year-old girl. I mean, even in Israel, business is not conducted like that in marriage.
Right.
The only way daughters had access to a potential husband is because the father is about to make a deal or he's considering something. But this is like so, it's bizarre. Because the person would have had to have contact with the girl on more than one hand, along with her, to be talking to her, whispering in the ear, whatever they're doing, in order for them to come back. And then you use the terminology, he demanded, I believe. He demanded to be her husband. Because I don't know if it said she demanded. I think it was he demanded.
Either way.
Well, he said a little bit more. He said her mom gave her to the... This is why women shouldn't be raising daughters. This is exactly why there needs to be a man, some male member in every single woman's life. This is why we push this. This is why we say, sisters, get under some covering. He said her mom gave her to the man. And now the mom is looking for advice. Here's my advice to the mom. You are disqualified to be a mom. Give the daughter back to her father. There's your advice, mother. You are clearly unqualified. You can't even lead yourself if your decision is to give a 40-year-old man who probably hasn't been vetted by any other man but his penis. I would venture to ask, was that man really hitting the mom?
That is crazy.
Was he really just hitting that?
Man.
That is so out of pocket.
I mean, in those kind of situations, I'm assuming in this situation, the woman used the courts to steal this child.
Right.
If that's the case, in that situation, there's really nothing that you could do. You know,
right.
If the courts were used to steal that child and she's under that mom's control, I just tell the mom, hey, I don't know what you're talking to me about it for at this point. You know, you're just going to have, those are things you're going to deal with the consequences of.
Yep. You're going to have to give judgment. You're going to have to go before the father.
Yep.
And let the father know, hey, I decided to give my 15-year-old daughter to some random nigga who was 40 years old.
Man.
Now, my honest opinion of younger women getting older, married to older women, we have to be aware that we have a judicial system in this country.
Right.
So you want to make sure that woman is of legal age to marry somebody with that big of an age difference gap. But if the daughter was like, hey, I'm 18 and there's this guy who's 40 and he's yada, yada, yada. Well, first of all, that would never happen. If through the means of me being her father, that happened, then so be it.
Right.
I'm not tripping on the age difference. I'm tripping on how she at 15 was able to go out there and find her own husband and bring him home.
I was going to say the same thing, brother. To me, the age part, I'm not even touching that or speaking to the age aspect of it outside of whatever state you live in and whatever those minimums, ages are. I would make absolutely certain that you are adhering to that for the sake of your freedom. Outside of that, hey, the age part could be set aside. The bigger issues would be how's this daughter having access to any man outside of the view of her father. That's the bigger the issue. But that's part of the problem right now. When you have these women, you have the system that allows women to then, we marry women who are not wives, but we label them as such. We treat them as such. We carry on, and then we find ourselves in these situations, on the back end of it. That's why it's so important to properly evaluate those coming in, because once it's done, there's nothing you can do about it on that end. What we're talking about today is for the sake of prevention. We're for the sake of trying to build sound homes, households.
Right. I'll go a step further, sisters, and I'll say this to you single mothers. You cannot be a successful single mother. You cannot be a successful mother until you are a successful wife. Because motherhood is supposed to be a result of being a successful wife. You were a good wife and brought forth children, and now your mothering is under the covering and guidance of what the husband wants done in his family. Without a husband, without somebody male that the mother is submitting to, she's raising the child under her own guidance, which is simply going to lead that child to destruction. Motherhood is supposed to be a result of marriage, not marriage a result of motherhood. You're not supposed to want to get married because you had a child. You're supposed to get married and then have a child within the marriage. So you can't tell me you're a good mom. I don't care what you say. You can't tell me you're a good mom unless you've been a good wife.
Oh, that's old school stuff, FY. We talking the new age stuff now, I guess.
My bad.
We talking about this old school stuff, the book, the Bible.
Man.
I'll stick with it, though. Old school.
The old paths.
Old paths. Man.
Hey, these situations be out there in Jupiter, bro. I mean, I'm being real. That's just so. I mean, how do you even qualify? I'm trying to think. How is that one woman qualified to do anything when you look at what she's doing with her daughter? What woman is marrying off? When did women become qualified to marry off their daughters? Where did that train of thought come from?
Hey, today women preach, so what else?
Oh, damn.
What else?
Oh, my bad. I forgot. Shirley Caesar. Just saying.
And just to back up what we're saying, brothers and sisters, if you could turn to Ecclesiasticus or Sirach, chapter 42. Sirach, chapter 42, starting at verse 9. Sirach 42:9. What are the first two words in Sirach 42:9? Can somebody type them out in the chat, please? The first two words in Sirach 42:9. This is the Bible now that everybody says they believe in. Brother Jay Morris hit it. Straight out of Judah hit it. I need one more witness. Just one more witness. One more witness. No more witnesses? There you go. Brother, there everybody is. Hallelujah. Sirach 42:9. The father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away sleep. We're going to stop right there. It doesn't, Sister Amy said it right there. It doesn't say the mama. It says the father. Brothers, all of us have daughters. How many hours at night of sleep have you missed because your care for your daughter, Brother Mark Chase, Shabbat Shalom, because your care for your daughter kept you up?
Yes, sir. It happens.
All the time.
All the time. I'll wake up and just have an urge. I got to go pray with my daughters.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Gotta go lay hands on them. Gotta pray over them. Because you know you got a whole world that's waiting for them to catch a little bit of, I want to be independent.
Man.
Let's start again. House of Beniyah said, plenty of countless hours. Brother Ronnie said, can't even count. All right, 12 Tribe said, and please don't take it as being weak, but after listening to y'all brothers, we realize that we are way off on our household and some things. Brother, I was the same way.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
I was the same exact way. You're just you're in the path. That lets me know you're on the path.
Yes, sir.
Because the Bible's going to do that. It's going to show you as man, I was way off. I can't tell you, brother, how way off I was.
Me too.
I was part of a ministry and way off. It wasn't until I got in this book.
Hey, I was so far off, I wasn't even on the field. I was all the way in the stands.
Yes, sir. Me too.
I may have been out the stadium.
I was in line to try to get into the parking lot. But Mark Chase said, who counts? It's a matter of love. That's exactly it, brother. It's hard to say how many times you've done it. You do it all the time. Men do.
Yes,
The father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away sleep. Listen, brothers, this is the responsibility that y'all have. Listen to this, brother. When she is young, lest she should pass away the flower of her age. And being married, lest she should be hated. Brothers, do you know that the reason we have so many women, do you know that the reason why so many of you are hated by your husbands is because you had no father?
Man.
You had nobody to teach you how to be an actual woman and wife?
wow.
You were raised by a single mama who taught you everything that she knows how to keep you single?
Hey, brother, I got to read this part real quick because I love how the
Go ahead, brother.
said this part.
Go ahead, brother.
Unless she, hold on, where did it go? Oh, unless she should misbehave herself when she is married. I love how it puts that. Lest she should misbehave herself.
Misbehave.
So they're you know, in case you're wondering why she then ends up hated, it's not because the man is just crazy or whatever. No, it's because she doesn't know how to behave because she wasn't trained. Because she wasn't raised by a father.
Woo!
She's raised by a woman who doesn't know by herself how to raise a daughter to become a woman. I don't care what the world tells you, it's impossible. What you're gonna raise is these women who grow up and misbehave and wreck another, you know, become a home wrecker.
Woo! Man.
It's good stuff.
Causing them to be vessels of dishonor. Not because that's what y'all made them necessarily, but because that's what you stole from that man and then elected to turn them into.
Yes. Elcount said, Jasher tent spike story. Right. Get rid of that tent spike, put another one in its place.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna continue in Sirach. So don't put your finger there. But Brother Jamil said, Deuteronomy or Dabarim 32:7. Remember the days of old. Remember, we say that we are in this faith. We were just told in the law, brothers and sisters, to remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask the Father, and he will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. So it should be in our mind not to be modernized, but to remember the old past. Consider the old past we're told by the prophets. But the Bible says that we won't. It says we were told to consider the old past, but we don't want them. We want these new modern paths where I can determine my own worth.
Man.
Ooh, Brother Mark Chaser said, how many times does it describe in the Proverbs the torture of living with a quarrelsome wife?
Man.
And it literally is torture.
Yep.
Literally. In which case, you can't be considered a wife.
Not if it's torture.
Not if it's torture.
That ain't adding to his life. That's a
It's not a
takeaway.
pill of rest.
No, sir. That's a wrecking ball.
Yeah. Well, Miley Cyrus on it.
That's 2 chains.
Oh, Lord. 2 chains. Oh, my goodness.
Thirsty chains.
Yes, sir. Man.
Let's continue. Brother David, if you can, read it in your version.
All right, where are you at?
Go ahead and start. Go ahead and start from verse 9 through 11.
You in 32 or 33?
Chapter 42.
42. Okay.
And Sirach. Verse 9 through 11.
All right, so I'm switching back over. Let me see.
Yes,
You
sir.
said 9 through 11?
Yes, sir.
All right, the father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth, and the care of her taketh away sleep. When she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age, and being married, lest she should be hated. In her virginity.
What version is that?
This is KJV.
Didn't you have it in another version?
Oh, you want well, I do. I could get the Hallelujah scriptures, but right now I was just doing KJV.
Okay. Go ahead.
This is, you said 42 or 40, right?
Chapter 42, verses 9 through 11.
Oh, my bad. Okay, yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, you're there.
Okay. Let's see, where did I stop?
We're on verse 10 now.
Okay. In her virginity, lest she should be defiled and gotten with child in her father's house.
Okay, wait, stop. Woo! So, because there's no father in her life, it's almost guaranteed. And check this out. It says that she's not begotten with child in her father's house, not in her mother's house. So why do you think they take the children away from the father and give them to the mother?
Hey.
It's the father's house. It specified the father's house. So literally, fathers, you are responsible for making sure that your daughter goes undefiled to her husband. But because we have so few fathers, so many of our, now that could also be because a lot of these women run to the court and try to get him eliminated.
Yep.
That's the reason for a large majority of cases of why fathers aren't in their daughters' lives.
Over 80%.
80% of marriages end from the woman filing divorce.
And the vast majority of those, probably 90-something% of those, custody goes to the woman.
Yes. Mark Chase said they like to run social programs after destroying her life. That's exactly it. Do you all know that CPS is ran majority by women? Family law is run majoritively by women. You wonder why?
That's that
Take the new age. Take the daughter, take the son from the man, give it to the woman, and the child's destroyed. There you go. You're reading it yourself. That the father's job, one of his jobs is that she is not defiled and with child in her father's house.
Man.
Meaning when you give the child to the mother, a large majority of these times, the child is defiled and has a child outside of wedlock, usually just like the mother, passing down the generational curse.
Yes, sir. And today they think it's cute, it's funny, or it's normal.
Sister New World said, and these women that run the programs have serious issues. Believe me, I know. These women's job is to go in the households and destroy the household. Rip the child from the only form of protection they've ever known, their father, and give it to the mother. Essentially, and I'm going to say it, essentially damning that child or giving that child an absolutely up life.
Hey, they're so loving, they just give a child a completely uphill battle.
For real. How many times have you seen little boys going to the mother's house? The mother's in charge of raising the boy into a man and the boy becomes gay. Or transgender. Or he wants to play with Barbie dolls.
Yep, very often.
He don't know a lick of manhood. The daughters become straight up hoes. And then they come to the face when they're 30 and want to be a wife all of a sudden. But they've never had one moment in their life that they submitted to any righteous authority. The closest they ever got to submission was their boss.
In fact, those women end up acting more, they end up acting very manly, but in an overly aggressive way, which I believe is what then typically will cause these boys to become homosexuals, and these girls to just be, well, both of them, just utterly confused.
Yes.
The nature abhors a vacuum. There's no man present. You got these hens acting like the rooster.
Yes.
Messing up the entire flock.
Brother Mark Chase said, every girl should have the right to look deep into a young man's eyes and declare with certainty, my father will kill you if you try that.
Yes, sir.
That's
Shouldn't even
real.
have to.
That's
Shouldn't even
real.
have to, because every young man would look over there and see her father and see that look on his face, knowing, oh, I better back up.
Yes, sir.
That nigga crazy.
He can be like,
he'll
I
do
don't want to
something.
end up in the back of a milk carton like this.
Right.
Have you seen me?
You're forever at Walmart. All day posters.
Last seen in 1993. You're like, damn, 93?
He talks to the wrong dude's daughter.
Hey, you know, a lot of times, especially when you come into the faith, a lot of people try to say, "Oh, I am gonna use an old church word. I'm taking back what the devil done stole from me, and all of this. I'm going into the enemy's camp, and all this kind of foolishness." But what they don't seem to understand is, and this relates to when y'all talk about how the court system do men. When they take their children away, their daughters away, the sons away, or then especially daughters, or then what's going to happen is they're introducing them back into their monetary system.
Yep.
By when the father's not there, hey, who's going to protect you from Junebug? Nobody. You and Junebug have some children. Now you can beef up my economy with your children.
Yep.
I'll hook you up with some checks. You know what I mean? I get y'all set up, but eventually, guess what? You go back into my system. Because normally, if you really think about it, I ain't saying all, but I'm pretty sure it's a high percentage of when that daughter was, pulled away from her father, that the children that she have don't turn out with that solid background, that solid foundation to keep them out of jail.
Yes.
That's still a monetary system.
That's so
Whether
true.
people believe everything the government giving you is a price, and a lot of time the price is we give you money for your children.
That's
If
so
you don't
true.
believe it, all thing you have to do is check your stimulus accounts.
That's
all. That's just being real.
You want to know something crazy? You're talking about that, and then I want to read Suma's comment. I was reading an article and said that 18% of children of color, Hebrew children, black children, 18% are born in a marriage.
Wow.
Man, I would think that's a high estimate.
And I think that's exactly. That means 72 out of 100 black children are born in whoremongers, hoeing type relationships.
Man.
72 out of 100.
Hey.
You know what's funny? Because when I go to the store, when people, the few times, twice a year that the whole family goes with me, although we haven't gone this year, it's amazing the looks that people give us because they're not used to seeing a family where a black or man of color, a Hebrew man, is at the head and his family is intact.
Right.
Yes, sir. That's it.
They're not used to seeing that. So when they see it, they're like, it's almost like they saw Bigfoot. They're like,
it is.
The child's like, Mommy, what's that? The mom's like, it's a family with a black man as the head.
Yep. Mark this date because you may not ever see this again in your life.
Man,
I thought it was a unicorn. It might as well be. That's sad.
That is sad.
Like, Mommy, I thought those were extinct.
Woo-wee.
Black families.
For real.
Yep.
For real. Yep. Like, I didn't know that they still... Do they even have children in marriage anymore?
Man.
Suma said, I'm a single older white woman, white widow woman. My older single daughter and I live together. We finally became disgusted with our Christian church, and after seeking Yah, we discovered the one true way. We are feeling fed and alive again. When you come to the truth, Sister Suma, that's exactly how you'll feel. It's like a new lease on life. You want the truth, you just want it. You're just, I need it now. Hallelujah. Bless you, sister.
Keep your land. Keep your 95%. Keep your 95%, people.
Roll that again. Replay that one more again, Brother Andre.
Keep your land. Keep your titles. Keep your deeds. Keep your 95%. Matter of fact, hold on to your tithes. Just saying. Woo. Now that's gonna mess you up. You're gonna have to read about that. Hold your tithes. Don't let the pastor fool you now, or your elder fool you.
Bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there might be meat in my house. God loves a cheerful giver.
Here we go.
So put a smile on your face and give me your shit.
Keep your daughters too.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Man!
Until you're ready to give them away in marriage.
Yes, sir. Hey, that might be the meat in the storehouse they actually talking about. We got to be careful nowadays.
Yep. And for those of you who are listening, when we say, a Hebrew man or a black man, it's very rare that you see families together. And and who the wives are, that's not what I'm talking about. It could be white women, black women, Hispanic women. That's irrelevant. It's very rare that you see a man of color who is leading his house, because a large majority of these divorces, whether you're white, black, green, yellow, or orange, is the white women. I mean, not the white women, is the women initiating these divorces. That happens amongst white women. We have a brother, Jay Morris. It happens with black women, Hispanic women. Women initiate 80% of divorces in this country. Period. So it's just saying something about how many households we have. It just so happens that amongst those of us that are of color, I mean, the women don't even require marriage. They don't even require their name before they give it up.
Right.
But then they come to the faith and they want to get married.
I won't even say that's just women of color. That's just women, period.
In general.
Not all women, but they're in all races. I'll put it that way.
Yes.
Just by and large today, women are easier. I'll just say it that way.
Yes.
You don't even need dinner and a movie. Just hi. Like, hey,
just a look.
What my name is.
Right.
Man.
You bought her a drink. You gave her some attention. Ball game. The house of Beniyah said, just happened in my household a couple weeks ago. Man. Crazy.
What
was that?
Fallen Sky Prepper said, you all laugh. He said, when I go with my family, 24 oldest twins, 18-year-old, I'm assuming that's an 18-year-old boy and girl youngest. 18-year-old boy and girl youngest 16. So he got grown children and a wife family he's going to the store with. He said it looked like they seen a UFO when they walked through there.
That's for real.
That's true.
That's for real.
And I know it's out there. Like when we go to the feast days, I love when we go to the store. You see how folks be looking at us like, where did these black guys come from? Like it's funny you go into a Walmart and if it's 10 black guys in the store, it must be like 8 of them is with you.
Right.
And don't let them see y'all's family, because then they see the
Oh.
white wives and they're just like,
They probably think I'm the driver. they probably think I'm the help.
She has the butler. Look, honey. Woman has her own security guard over there.
Yes, sir. That's what they think.
she's like, Alfred, where's the Batmobile?
Man.
Oh God. Oh God. Excuse me, that was hilarious. Straight out of Judah said, "Hey, it's Jeffrey."
There we go.
Oh God. Oh, that's funny. Oh.
I definitely be watching. When I go to the store with Brother David, I be looking. I be looking to see what the townspeople be seeing, what they be looking at. I mean, he get mad love over there. Them guys over there love him. I was like, huh? Just like when I go over there with your, what is it? B and something, B and B. When we go with you, I'm like, they got mad love. But them men of good reputation, good name.
That's what it is.
Yes, sir.
That's what it is. The name says something.
Yep. I didn't go to the hardware store and be like, "Hey, nigga, how many of them 2x4s? I need 2x4s, nigga." I didn't do that. I had to go there and you have to know how to act. That's a whole nother live stream.
Right.
For some reason, that's a whole nother live stream. Let's get that. All right, Brother David, go ahead and read verse 10 again.
All right, verse 10. In her virginity, lest she should be defiled and gotten with the child in her father's house, and having an husband, lest she misbehave herself, and when she is married, lest she should be barren.
Ooh.
Man.
And having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself. That was the father's responsibility.
Yes, sir.
And when a lot of you women deprive your daughter from having that father, whether it's her natural father or if the child's truly abandoned and orphaned, it's finding a husband and somebody that's going to raise that daughter. When you don't do that, you're setting your daughter up for failure.
And they do that thinking that they're getting at the man, getting back at this man, not even having enough sense to realize really what you're destroying is this child, the very thing that you say you love.
Yep.
You're setting that up for failure, her up for failure,
Yep.
for destruction.
Yep. Brother Clyde, that was verse 10. Sirach or Ecclesiasticus chapter 42, that was just verse 10.
Hey, you
All
brought
right,
up
Brother
something.
David. Go ahead, brother.
You brought up something. So when you say that earlier, you made a statement about women and I just want to ask it. Do you think women should be seeking or designed to have a good covering?
Yes.
A righteous covering?
Yes.
Even if they're a single mother?
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Yes. I think, and this is from when I study this word, when I see the actions of people like Ruth, when I see the actions of the woman that Elijah basically saved her son, even though he didn't marry her, but the fact that it took a man to come into that household for Elijah or for that woman and her son to be saved, I would say that women should humble themselves and they should pursue a husband Because you know a lot of women have this. Just sit back and wait for Yah to give it to you. When I found this land, I didn't just sit back. And then Yah just popped it into my head. Hey, go here. The Bible says, seek and ye shall find. So you must go and look if you want something. This whole perception that all I have to do is just sit back and Yah's going to pop it up in front. How is a man even going to know you're available or looking? I'll say the wives that I have, every single one of them pursued me.
Yes, sir.
I didn't go out there and put an ad out there looking for any available woman with pussy and titties. They pursued. As I feel, I know women always say that, a man that finds a wife finds a good thing. See, he finds her. The Bible doesn't say he finds her. He can find a wife by simply the wife presenting herself to him. It doesn't have to be like hide and seek, where the man's turning over trash cans trying to find you, and you think, because see what that is that's pride. And women have that pride to think that a man's supposed to cross the ocean and jump over quicksand and put everything he's got in life on hold to go and try and find you. Oh, come get.
That don't have nothing to do with being new in the faith. That's just the way that it should be, period.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If a woman wants marriage, and she should, whether you have a child or don't have a child, what you should do is find, first and foremost, if you don't have a male family member, before you just jump into a man's house, have the man vetted. We speak about that. Go attend the feast day. But for some reason, women still feel today that they are to be chased down, because in their mind it's like, I'm the prize. I'm the prize. What do you mean you're the prize? I mean, being real, there's a whole lot out there just like you. Just being real.
So she should.
So the whole idea. What was that?
So she should seek him out.
She should seek him out, just like Ruth went to Boaz.
Even if, what about if she want to be what about if she wanted to just be a servant? Or
seek him out.
Seek him out.
Seek him out.
Seek him out.
I'll put it like this: if you want to join his house in any facet, in any place, seek him out. I look at it as, and me and Yah, I constantly seek Yah out. The Bible says, seek his face early while he may be found.
Man,
there's a lesson in that.
Wow.
Go ahead, Brother David.
I was leaving my mouth. Seeking early.
Don't seek him late.
In Proverbs 1, when it talked about the calamities coming, now you want to seek him early. So
there you go.
Showing you should be doing it before calamity comes. You should be seeking early.
That's it.
Don't seek him late. That's why I don't seek him late.
Heck no.
No.
They want to wait until you're about to put that last nail in the ark, and then they're like, I'll help.
I'm here.
Like, nah. I'm gonna have to roll with the ones that have helped me build this thing.
Yes, sir.
Straight out of Judah said Christianity twisted that Ruth and Boaz story up. They got women thinking men ought to come looking for them. And I want to blow that out of the water real quickly. Turn to the book of Ruth. Because traditional westernized Christianity has destroyed that story. Book of Ruth. the book of Ruth, chapter 3. Check this out, brothers. And this will let you know that that the woman's coming in and she's just kind of coming and saying, what place can I fill in your house? Because I know that by having you, I have a covering.
Right.
I have access to you.
Man.
Ruth chapter 3, verse 1. Then Naomi, her mother-in-law, said unto her, my daughter, shall I not seek rest for thee, that it may be well with thee? And that word rest translates to security. So Naomi knew that Ruth did not have security without a husband, without a covering. So today, the government has stepped in and become their rest, their security. So you're trusting in Pharaoh, you're trusting in Egypt to cover you, while you call yourself Israel.
Government.
I'm an Israelite Egyptian.
Man.
There you go.
Listen, verse 2. And now is not Boaz about. See, you see, this is why Titus 2 talks about the older women teaching the younger women. The older women would teach what Naomi is teaching Ruth. That's why it says how to be good wives, how to raise children, how to be quiet. This is why the older women taught the younger women.
That's what's up.
They were supposed to be teaching them this. But instead today, like I said last week, I'm going to say it again because somebody really, really liked when I said this. Today, all the older women teach the younger women is how to make soap. how to sew their own skirt, how to tie a head covering, how to make your own toothpaste, where to get African black soap. That ain't the faith. That's just how to have good, nice, clean skin.
Yes, sir.
Or they teach
Again,
them how
verse
to
2.
run to Pharaoh, and he'll use a strong arm of government to steal your master's children.
Woo!
And force him to pay you for it.
Woo!
You ain't got to put up with that, girl. You can do like I did. That's what the older women teach today. Destruction.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And he was a man of Yah. ...
Oh, Lord.
It's funny that the women today are now telling us men what a man of Yah looks like.
And they don't have a clue.
You ain't got no damn clue what a man of Yah looks like. I digress. Let me get back.
I was just looking at Mark Chase's comment.
No, go ahead and read it.
He says, women have been taught today between the ages of 16 and 30, I don't need no man. Between the ages of 31 to 36, where the good men at? From 37 to 45, I'm still young. From 46 to death, I made a mistake. And their last word is, I blame men. That's right on point. That's on point right there.
That was a great
Brother
comment.
Mark.
Yes, sir.
Man.
Wow.
They wanna know where all the good men at once gravity has taken its full effect.
I'm still
Man,
young.
Brother Mark.
Yeah, I'm still
Right,
young.
I'm still young.
And he's right.
That's when they hit the gym and get on a stair stepper for 20 minutes.
Yep.
Come get pop.
Hey, I was gonna say he hitting on something. You know, the women in their 30s, I figure probably between 24 and about 36, 37. They all saying the same thing. Where the good men at? There ain't no more good men.
Yep.
And all that kind of stuff.
Man, did you see his next comment?
Now go ahead. Which one? A wife needs to strengthen a
He
man?
said a wife needs to strengthen a man by her kitchen skills and keep him home with her bedroom knowledge and ability.
Ooh. Man, he talking good stuff. Stomach full and your balls.
I'm gonna say what the good old Christian church would say. Ooh.
That's it.
Man.
Wow.
I'm gonna have to use that. I'm gonna use that strengthening with a kitchen and bedroom. The kitchen with the kitchen skills and with the bedroom skills, keeping them.
Man.
I don't see no hallelujahs on that. Women crickets on that one.
Woo.
That says a lot about kitchen skills and those other skills.
12 Tribes athlete said the ratio of men to women is 1 man to 20 women, and it's getting worse, especially when you talk about eligible, variable men. When you take out the homosexuals, the prison guys that can't ever get a job again, when you take all them out, that ratio ain't looking very good. The women are basically trying to make the squad. That free agent example you gave a while back, right? You should be happy being part of the team. Instead, you fighting because you want to be the all-star. But yet you've been on 15 teams. You've been on 15 of the NBA's 30 teams. But you think you should be a star.
Did you see that other comment?
Which one? Mark Chase?
Yes.
Mark Chase is lighting a fire right now. My phone is going to spontaneously explode because of Mark Chase.
Woo!
Yep.
In China, they recognize that an unmarried 27-year-old woman is referred to as a surplus woman. Woo! Oh, crap!
Man. Surplus. Overflow. Extra. Man.
See, that's the difference, though, between this westernized American way of thinking and even, I'm not even talking about biblical, but just the simple Eastern thought.
Right.
They greatly differ. I'm not comparing biblical Western versus biblical Eastern. I'm just talking about American Western versus worldly Eastern thought. Let's continue. So Ruth chapter 3. Listen, women. Listen to how Ruth not only understood Naomi's words, but how she moved on them. Verse 2. And now is not Boaz of our kindred, with whose maidens thou wast? Behold, he winnoweth barley tonight in the threshing floor. Wash thyself, therefore, and anoint thee, and put thy raiment upon thee, and get thee down to the floor. But make not thyself known unto the man, until he shall have done eating and drinking. So he said, Naomi said, daughter-in-law, mind you, this was Naomi's ex-husband's mother. Ruth's ex-husband's mother. So Naomi, Ruth's husband had died. Naomi was the mother of that man. She's telling Ruth to do this.
Man.
That's deep. So she's understanding, baby, I know you love my son, but he's gone. He's gone. Here's what you better do, Ruth. Because you have no security where you are right now. It's just me and you, and we can't cut it. Go wash yourself. Anoint yourself with oil. Make yourself look good. Oil your skin up with some fragrance. Go ahead, brother.
Naomi wasn't telling Ruth, hey, let's just go over here and start our own community. Let's just go buy some land together. It'll be just us. We might find a few other sisters kind of in a similar situation, and we'll just make it work.
Nope.
Man.
Nope. Ruth, as Brother Ken said, Ruth's mother-in-law told her to find another husband. Go look good. Not, baby, me and you gonna go buy some land. We just gonna work the land together. That's not what Naomi said.
Naomi was giving her the game. She was putting her up. She was teaching her, getting her ready. Hey, go clean yourself. Get ready.
Get ready. Go get down the ground. Can you imagine a woman today with all their head coverings and super long skirts getting before a man and getting on the ground?
No, sir.
Man.
That's why Isaiah 3 and 4 says what it says.
Hey, if you notice something, even though Ruth was old, guess what she was still trying to do? Get around her kinsmen so she can be protected. Even though she knew her childbearing years was over and all that stuff. So all them excuses people be making, that's all it is, excuses.
Excuses. Naomi knew the importance of having a man in Ruth's life and her life.
Yes, sir.
She didn't just say, I'm just too old. I'm too old. Let's continue. Verse 4, and it shall be when he lieth down that thou shalt mark the place where he shall lie, and thou shalt go in and uncover his feet and lay thee down, and he will tell thee what thou shalt do. So basically, baby, go go to Boaz. Get yourself cleaned up. Smell real good. Wait till he's done eating and drinking. Go, when he goes on the bed, go uncover his feet and lay yourself down at his feet. See, there's something very powerful, sisters, about feet, because you remember, who was it, Mary Magdalene that washed Yeshua's feet with her own hair?
Yes, sir.
There's something very powerful if you understand the Eastern culture about feet. But because we are so Americanized, we don't understand the significance of when the Bible talks about throwing a slipper or throwing the shoe or feet. Shake the dust off of your feet. It's more than just shaking it. There's something powerful about the Eastern culture and feet. Foot washing. We talk about foot washing. There's something powerful about that. So go uncover his feet and lay there at his feet, and then let him tell you what to do. Notice, Naomi didn't say, go there and tell him you his wife. Basically, however you are able to get into this man's house, you do it.
Right.
That's your job. You go and mind you, notice, it didn't say Naomi told Ruth to go talk to the pastors and elders and get their permission. I don't see anywhere where Naomi told Ruth to go to her spiritual father. You don't see that either, Brother David?
It's not in there.
Okay. The only time the elders got involved was because of the land and the separating Ruth from the land. That's when righteous judgment had to be executed in that situation. Just saying. Straight out of Judah said, now that you mention that, Ruth was Yeshua's super grandmother. Way up the line. And she said unto her, so Ruth said to Naomi, all that thou sayest unto me, I will do. And she went down unto the floor and did according to all that her mother-in-law bade her. And when Boaz had eaten and drinking, and his heart was merry, he went to lay down at the end of the heap of corn. And she came softly and uncovered his feet and laid her down. And it came to pass at midnight that the man was afraid and turned himself, and behold, a woman lay at his feet.
And
he said,
midnight waiting.
She was waiting for him.
Man, came in softly. Woo.
Softly. Man. That's how Ruth did it. And you see how fast Boaz was to move on that. If you look in the Bible, you look at how Ahasuerus moved quickly with Esther. If your wife material, your husband will know. If you're home material, handmade material, concubine material, he'll also know that too.
Yes, sir.
So a lot of women, I ask the question, are you saying that you're a better assessor of your worth than men?
And out of that whole category of women you just listed there, the hoe is the only one you don't want to find yourself in necessarily.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with any of those other categories except for being a hoe. That's the one
right.
You see the Bible say don't do that one.
Yes, sir.
That's the only one. A wife, a concubine, and a handmaid are all honorable positions.
Yes, sir.
Well, I see some comments. Because Sister Elaine hit on something.
Yeah, some good stuff for them.
Yep. Sister Elaine said she told her to go humble herself before him. And then Brother Ken said, that's right. In essence, Ruth went to Boaz and said, I'm your servant. Do with me as you see fit.
Damn.
Isn't that what we as men, brides, supposedly to Yeshua say? Don't we go to him and bow down and say, do with me as you see fit?
Yes, sir. Your humble servant. Checking in.
And if Yah says, servant, get in the bed, lay down. That's when you're like, oh, yes, master. And you go sprinting in the bed. You don't be like, well, I feel like I'm too old and then too defiled to be intimate with you, Father. Y'all men say that?
No, sir. No, sir. Yeah, son. We don't make up excuses. Something is wrong with me. I got this debilitating this and this broken, that broken, all that stuff. No, we don't make no excuses for serving y'all.
And we don't want to hear it either. I can't have babies. Why are you trying to have sex with me and I can't have babies? What? What? Everybody's talking about the handmaid. Hassan Beniyah said she submitted to him. That's right.
Oh yeah.
So anytime you sisters hear anything from a supposed mother in the faith, we just got an example of one right there. And Titus 2 lines up with this. It doesn't say, and older women teach the younger woman how to make soap. Well, you know what, brothers? Let's make sure. Let's turn to Titus. Because I could be wrong. I could be misspeaking.
You're not. It also don't say older women. You only gonna tend to the garden.
Ooh.
You only gonna be in the rocking chair.
Titus 2. But speak thou the things which become sound doctrine. So you're about to hear what I'm about to say is sound doctrine. Guaranteed. Let's see if this lines up with Ruth. With what Naomi was to Ruth. That the aged men be sober, grave, temperate, sound in faith and charity and patience. The aged women likewise, that they be in behavior as becometh holiness, not false accusers, not given to much wine, teachers of good things, that they may teach the young women to make soap.
No.
No?
No, sir.
Okay. Let me try it again. That they may teach the younger woman to sew a dress.
Still yet, not again.
Okay. I'll just read the book this time, okay?
Yeah, that was too.
That they may teach the young women. What was that?
That was too new age on those two.
That was the faith.
There it is.
Thank you. Straight out of Judah. Thank you. That they may teach the younger women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children, to be discreet, chaste, keepers at home, good. Listen to this one. Obedient to their own husbands, that the word of Yah not be blasphemed. So when you are not teaching the younger women this, and when the younger women are not performing this, the word of Yah is being blasphemed.
It didn't say obedient to their spiritual fathers.
Doesn't say that.
Okay. I just needed some clarification. I keep hearing spiritual fathers as if they were a staple over the husband.
So now let's ask: when Naomi told Ruth to go do this for Boaz, so that she could have security, doesn't what Naomi told Ruth line up with what we read here?
Yes, sir.
And you saw how fast Ruth operated in that. Now remember, Ruth was a Moabite.
Yes, sir.
So that lets any woman out there know, if you put away your foreign gods, you remember what Ruth said? Naomi, your Yah will be my Yah, and your people will be my people. Which means, and then we read in the Torah, where if a woman's taken in war, she is to mourn for her family 30 days, pare her nails, cut her hair, and after that mourning of 30 days, she goes to her husband, and he can go under her, and she's his wife. So she has to put away her old ways, her old gods, her old beliefs, her old thoughts, her old customs. She has to put all that away, so that she can learn the customs of her husband and what he wants.
Did you say thought?
Thoughts?
She got to put away the thoughts too?
And if you don't put away that stuff, let me tell you, you're a hoe.
Yes, sir. Adulteress.
Adultery. That's exactly it, brother David Journey Acres. Just like all of us men that came to the faith from the world, we all had to put away those old ways. I didn't come into the faith, so woo, and start stacking my gang signs. I didn't do that. I put away those old ways. I transformed myself. I was transformed by the renewing of my mind, and I realized I can't be Yah's if I still believe that. And I came to Yah.
Hallelujah.
And then I said, Yah, what do you want me to think? What do you want me to wear? What do you want me to feel? What do you want me to believe? How do you want me to walk? Where do you want me to go? Yah, what shall I eat? Because I see in your law, you have a dietary law.
Yes,
So
sir.
if you want me to eat that, I'll eat that. If you want me to drink that, I'll drink that. If you want me to believe that, I'll believe that. Whatever you want from me, I'll do it. And if I'm having a hard time doing it, I'm going to come to you, Yah, and let you know where I'm having a hard time so you can correct my ass and get me back into a place where I say I want to be. Because nothing is worse than a woman who says, I want to be with you, but all of her actions show that she wants to be a free agent.
Yep.
I love you, baby. Baby, I love you. You. Oh my gosh. I love you. You're looking like, if you love me so damn much, then why does all of your ways line up with the world?
Interesting. So you didn't tell Yah stuff like how is it? I heard some people put it in my lifetime. I'll follow your example, Yah, when I see you doing it.
That's it. That's it. You don't see that. Tony Fox, I did not answer your question because it kind of is taking it way off where we're talking about right now as far as the live stream goes. Question, here's my answer to the question. What does the law say? That's my answer to every question.
I agree.
What does the law say? That's right, yeah. So, but Tony, I did not take your question off because I found it disrespectful. Sometimes when people bring questions on and it has nothing to do with the topic, I'll tend to take it off. But nowhere, you have to stick with the Bible. Not your own thoughts, your own feelings. So go through the law, brother. Read the law. And then after you read the law, ask yourself the question again. And what I mean by that is don't assume anything. Don't even assume my answer. Don't assume any of the brothers' answers. You read the law and see what it says.
Because ultimately our answers are not important. Read the law and allow Yah to speak to you. That's what's important.
Absolutely. Because they're right. The Bible does say no homosexuality. It absolutely says that. Now, I would encourage you, brother, go read the law and see what homosexuality is. And that's how I read the book. I don't ever superimpose anything, just like polygyny. The whole idea of polygyny. People read the book and they see polygyny in the Bible and they automatically assume that a polygyny is unlawful. Because it started off with Adam and Eve. So never, ever, ever. Don't even take my answer because I'm not giving you one. I want you to study the word. And then after you study the word, as Brother David said, we may have a stream about that. As you study the word, I want you to start asking yourself questions. Ask yourself the question. Ask yourself the question, Brother Tony. as you read the book, what do you see? That's all I could ever suggest.
Well said, my brother. Well said.
That's it. Because believe it or not, there's a lot of questions that come into the faith that people have about various things, not even pertaining to marriage. Not even pertaining to marriage, just ideas that people have brought in because they think they understand what something is. The one thing that I've practiced doing in my time in this faith, anything that I read in the book, I take it back to the law. Anything that you read, take it back to the law. Westhold, shalom, brother. Anything that you read. Go ahead, brother.
Anything that somebody tells you, what the Bible says or the book says, this or that, take it back and go see. Test it. Prove it. For yourself.
Take it back to the law.
Take it back to the law. That's what sin is. Transgression against the law.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because there are people out there who will say, each one of your wives has to have their own house. Take it back to the law. Where do you see that? Each wife has to have her own car. Take it back to the law. Where do you even see that a wife has to have a car?
Right.
That's part of providing for her. Well, when I read the book, I see food, clothing, and conjugal rights. So where did the car come from? And a coach purse. In fact, brothers, I'm gonna be real with you. Do you know that if your wife has a cell phone, you're going above and beyond?
That's true.
I'm just being real. Nowhere does it say that you have to provide her the ability to communicate with others.
Nope, that's the stuff you just want to do. That's the stuff you want to do on your own accord.
Right.
That ain't necessarily the book.
Now, all of mine each have their own cell phone. They all have the ability to make phone calls and whatever. But nowhere does it say that I have to do that.
That's true.
This is where we have to get an understanding of what is law and what is our opinion. What does the law say? Food.
Yes, sir. And that's one of those great.
Go ahead, brother.
Sorry, brother.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's one of those great topics when we go back to getting away from false religion.
Yep.
Going with what the book says versus religion. And then just because something may be lawful doesn't mean it's expedient. So we have to test and prove all things. And
that's
then find our path within that safe playground.
That's right.
It's that simple. And that's regardless of, telephone, or this wife has a phone or she doesn't. This one has a car or she doesn't, or any other myriad of topics that we may discuss within that framework.
Do you know, brothers, that if you got your first wife a cell phone and your second one doesn't have a cell phone, you didn't do anything unlawful?
Nope.
We're supposed to be treated fair and equally. That's not what I read in the Bible, because the Bible says I'm not supposed to take from my first to give to anybody else.
That other stuff, that's Islam. That equal wives treatment, equal houses, equal cars, that's not law.
Because if you believe that, read the story of Jacob when Esau was coming after him, and look at how Jacob stacked his family. He put the handmaid of Leah up first, and the whole family from Leah. Then he put the handmaid he had from Rachel and the whole family and all the children. Then he put Leah. Then he put Rachel, his beloved, in the back. I'm about to shatter the whole everything. Do y'all brothers know you don't even have to love your wives equally?
That's the book. We can Bible that for certain.
You sure can.
In the law, even.
In the law. So these myths that people have, you have to love them all equally. If you have sex with one, you have to have sex with her next, then her, and at the end of the year, they're supposed to have the same amount of sexual encounter. I'm like, no, stop. That's emotions and feelings. What does the book say? That's my answer to all the questions that somebody could ever ask me. What does the book say? And I think the problem is that we have a problem with merging westernized thought and the faith, and we're trying to find a way to get them all to fit together, and they don't. That's exactly it, Sister Elaine. Sister Elaine explained it right there. You can't. It's not even possible to love them all the same. Because each wife is different and your relationship with each wife is different. And some wives have been with you through longer periods of times when you were on your lowest of low. Some you have a history with. Go ahead, brother.
I was gonna say, they have special places. Some with history. And then even if you have new wives, they're gonna have special places because
that's it.
They are different. Their offices are different. What they do for you is even different. Meaning what they do for you, even physically or whatever the case is. I'm not talking about sexually. Just their office that you put them in is different for each wife. So you know how you feel about them is gonna be different, but it doesn't mean there's less love there. Like, you got a senior wife, she's been there a long time, you're going to have a certain type of love for her because her longevity. Putting up with the old you. The old you before the book.
Yes.
You have a newer wives, you're going to have a certain love for them, and it's just different. It doesn't mean it's less than, it's just different because guess what? They with the new you.
Right.
They serving in a different capacity half of the time, because wives roles are sometimes they all do the same thing, and sometimes it's divided up.
Yep,
absolutely.
And Sister Elaine's killing it right now. Again, she's killing it again.
Yep,
So as far as my household, like Tanisha was with me when I was still in the street. And she directly saved my life a couple times from me making or going into situations where I would have been shot. So sometimes a wife may be with you when you were in your worst of worst, and the other ones that come in don't have to deal with that. They didn't have to go through the drama of you. But it doesn't mean you don't love them. It's just things are different.
That's right. It's different.
And I think that sometimes we get so caught up in what somebody else is getting. Look at the story of the talents that Yeshua told. The 3 servants. 1 5, 1 2, and 1 1. If you just worried about how many talents you got and how to make the best income with the talents instead of focusing on why did that one get more than me, we would be a lot further.
Yes, sir. That's it. That's it right there.
But we always get caught up in, well, why did you give her 3 kisses and me 1? Why did you give her, the opportunity to discuss this and not me? What you're basically saying is that I don't trust your ability to lead me.
Yep, right. I don't know where you running things. It's foolishness. Hey, it's also
truly a wife.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Oh, I just said,
bro, David,
case, you're not even truly a wife, is what you're demonstrating.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
I was even thinking about this. Even I saw Brother Ken's comment. He said putting up with the OU counts for something. Yeah, it does count for something. And I would even say as men go into the transition of actually walking this book out, just living this book. Even the new wives catch hell. Watch that. They catch some too, because that man is constantly trying to push everybody in the right direction. So that don't mean that new wives come in and they hitting on everything.
Right.
They got everything down pat. No.
Right.
Even the new wives catch something too. Matter of fact, I would say the family in general, when a man is moving, the closer he's moving towards y'all, the whole family is making a transition all the time. That man is making a transition all the time. So women really need to get this. While they're having a hard time making a transition into becoming the woman that man needs you to be, the wife, the concubine, the handmaiden that man needs you to be, that man is making a transition every moment of his life. I would be crazy to say I haven't seen here on the live stream and heard other brothers saying something, or even reading the comments and saying, man, that cut like a knife. That's because we're making transitions because we're moving closer to Yah. So it sounds ludicrous for a woman to say, I'm not making no transition. I ain't making no changes. I got it going on. Accept me how I am. I'm coming as I am, and you just deal with it. Yah does not look like that. So men of Yah don't either.
That's good, brother. That's right.
That's it. And Tony Fox said something. He said, I'm not going to lie, brother. When it comes to my wives, it's all about who is most productive and obedient. Brother, that's the same way I am. I'm not about to give an unqualified person something to handle that they can't handle.
Right.
And I really believe that's what the story of the talents is about. The one that had 5 was able to handle 5. The one that had 2 was able to handle 2. The one that had 1 was actually able to handle the 1. He just didn't.
Yes, sir.
God gives us all as men. And this is why I don't like that all things in common, because you're basically saying that we all have to do the same thing. Out of the 3 of us brothers that you see right now, our household sizes are different. The amount of land that we own is different. How we actually run our houses has some differences.
Yes, sir.
I mean, the majority is the same, but there are differences.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And how we run our homes. So that lets you know that it's not about, well, like let's just say one of us had more land than the other brethren. That's not for us to say, well, you need to give us some of your land so we're equal. What that is Yah's entrusting that brother with that.
Yes, sir.
So instead of me worrying about that brother and what he has, why don't we all just help each other be the best stewards with what each one of us is given? And if I have something, or Brother Andre has something, or Brother David has something that'll benefit all of us, I need to be willing to benefit all of us.
Yes, sir.
Without me having to give my shit to somebody else.
Yep. Don't give up your deeds. Don't give up your 95%. We'll just throw that out there again.
Yes, sir.
Right.
That way you can have something and leave for an inheritance to your children's children.
Yes.
Now for future brothers, we will be taking 100%. I'm just joking, man.
We're joking. Oh gosh.
Oh man.
Woo. And I think
Love
that's where a lot of women have to understand that whether you come in as a concubine or a or a maidservant, you're still part of that man's house, and there's still going to be things that he's going to entrust in your care that you need to handle. Whatever your role is. I think this misnomer and this confusion that we have, that everybody, and that's what I think really this whole all things in common kind of confuses people. It makes everybody believe that we're all the same. And we're not. We're all different parts of the body. The Bible says that he gave us all different spiritual gifts. Not one of us has all the spiritual gifts. So that always creates a codependency on each other as brothers. And it always puts us in a place to submit ourselves one to another because there's something that somebody else knows that I don't.
Hey, Brother Ken, the 95% is not necessarily a church reference. I guess it could be a church reference. There are groups out there who would have you to believe that to be a part of their group and to be amongst them, you need to hand over your paycheck to them, and then they'll give you a 5% allowance. So that's where that 95% comment comes from. Because we're just saying, hey, just keep your check. You actually went to work and you earned it. That's your check. As crazy as the concept that may be, you keep it. That's where that's coming from.
Yeah, you and your family live off the 5%.
And mind you, you have to give them all 100. They'll give you back the 5.
if you have been behaved.
If you've been good.
If you've been a good wife, man.
Right.
So you can't even keep the 5% off the top. You have to give them all 100. Then, if Yah speaks to them, they'll give you 5.
Oh man. And that's being
you want to know why? Because your bills are taken care of. You have a house. You have food. What else could you want? I mean, here's what I want. I want the other 95% of my check.
Yes, sir.
Because I work for it.
And don't you still have to go work for your food too afterwards?
Oh God.
Hey, Brother J. Morris said they're being generous with that allowance. Man.
They probably go to the chalkboard and be like, how many checks do you have next to your name? Each check is a loss of 1%. So if you get 5 checks, you just hand your check over and just eat grass.
Man.
Woo. So what we're trying to say, sisters, is your want to have a covering shouldn't be dependent on what status you have set for yourself. Because most of you don't even qualify for the status that you want. Based on the Bible, you don't qualify for a wife. The Bible tells you what a wife is to do, and you don't do it.
Yep. You're not even equipped to evaluate yourself.
Man. Go ahead and speak on that, brother.
Well, it's just impossible for you. It's not for you to evaluate. That would be for that. Well, hopefully, in best case scenario, your father preparing you, teaching you, evaluating you, telling you what, where your deficiencies are and your areas you need to grow in. But ultimately, even in that process, when then you're, about to become a part of this man's home, if you're coming from your father's house and have qualified then as a wife, but if not, for whatever position, he's the one doing that evaluation. He's appraising you. You just have to decide if you're going to believe it or not. If you're not, that's an automatic sign that, really you're not qualified to even be going into his house.
Right.
If you're coming to the picture telling him, no, actually, I'm a better appraiser than you are. I know I have no education in it. I have no background. I have no resume for it. But because I feel that, because it's me and I feel this way, I'm better at qualifying myself than you are. Nah. So that's what I mean by that. Really, you just have to understand that that's his role and not yours. And then 2, choose that you're going to believe it or not. And no one's twisting arms if you're not. Hey, no problem. Just keep doing you.
Right.
But if you're looking to join a man's house, a righteous man's house, that's the protocol. That's what it's going to look like. Just as it looked that way with Ruth going to Boaz, in accordance to Naomi's instructions, not to tell Boaz anything, but to present herself to him and then ask what he would have her to do.
Man.
That was it. So there's no new concept here. This is old paths, proven ways.
And I want to present this question to you, brothers, and those of you in the chat as well. If you want to answer, you can just type it out. What would your response be if a woman presented herself to you as Ruth did to Boaz? Like, honestly.
It would definitely draw my attention. Just being real, it would because it's so outside of the norm. That kind of conduct, that the way she conducted herself is so far out of the norm. Instead of her stating all of her run over you stating all her qualifications and all her giving you her professional background and her stating her value before you even looked at her yourself, as Brother David said, and appraised her. I mean, it would definitely draw. I'm gonna just be real. It would get my attention because I'd be like, "Dang, is this person from Jupiter, from Mars, or somewhere? Is she from out of the country? Because this is odd."
My first question would be like, "Were you raised in America, or are you from another country? Be honest.
Yes,
Where were you raised?"
It will speed up the process in my due diligence process for sure. I'd be like, man.
Yep, you need to be moved. Yep, there you go.
Straight out, Judah said, "I would cry." That would be that. That would honestly be, if she was authentic. That would be a real emotional thing. It really would be for me too.
Absolutely.
Like, where did you come from? Hold on. Take this needle and pick your finger. I want to see if your blood is red or if it's like green.
Yes, sir.
Because that's just unheard of. Journey Acre said, "I would be really confused. Like, where did you come from?" Right. Steve Wilson said, "This day and age, I would be suspicious." I would be suspicious too. I honestly would. I'd be kind of like, "Are you bullshitting?" Because who does that? Who does that? Oh, Strateger said, "I like how your cup mysteriously refills itself." Brother, first of all, this is a jelly container. That's what I use for my cup. And my Tupperware is like the old butter containers, the country crocker, House of Benya said, "Man, I would be."
Jars.
What was that?
The old mason jars. Those cannon jars. Yeah.
Isn't that what that's what you used?
Oh yeah.
House of Benya said, "Man, I would be even more submitted to Yah just because of her doing that, knowing she is his gift." That'd be real. As a man, that would make you go and look in the mirror and be like, yeah, you're giving this to me? Well, I better make sure I always maintain and stay in a place where I can always be not worthy, but I can always receive of his gifts due to his goodness and mercy to me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jay Moore said, I would think, where are you from? Brother Ronnie said, man, are you real?
Man. It would definitely
It
be an
makes you
anomaly.
think. What was that?
It would definitely be an anomaly.
It would. It would. And in this day and time, it's almost as if women need to come with that if you expect to really join a man that is quality. If you expect to join a man of quality's house, you need to come with that extremely humble spirit. Because I'm just being honest, I'm not willing to take chances on no hoe.
Oh, I don't care how fine you are.
True that.
Man. Lose your house, your homestead, your family, your children, your salvation. We read it in Ezra's, brothers, where it says that many men have gone into sin and have lost their minds over. Okay. Let me just read that real quick. First Esdras. First Esdras, chapter 4 in the Apocrypha. Starting at verse 25. First Esdras, chapter 4, verse 25. Now, I would say read the whole chapter because the whole chapter is on that topic of men and women. But specifically, verse 25 and 26 and 27. Wherefore a man loveth his wife better than father or mother. Yea, many there be that have run out of their wits for women and become servants for their sakes. So men become servants for the sake of a woman. Men, those of you who feel like you have to go to your elder or your pastor, this is for y'all. You have to submit to the elder before, I give her. You're a servant. That's what the Bible's talking about. You're becoming a servant for the sake of a wife. Many also have perished, have erred, and sinned for women. So there's a lot of you men who are willing to give up your manhood, become a servant, become a slave for a woman. Get castrated. Can't follow Yah, can't serve Yah because you just got to have that woman. And she's like, well, you have to go to my spiritual father.
Wow.
For a woman.
Yeah, you would just have to be gone, man.
Yep.
Man.
Straight out of Judah, I'm with you. Give me a submissive, holy, obedient 3 over a loudmouth, rebellious 10.
No doubt.
Any day of the week.
The man got to make sure that we're.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Man got to make sure that we're being that to y'all. that we're following his instructions, living this book, living this life the way that he has told us to. Because we'll twist it up where we we'll be over here thirsty, but we gotta build the character and walk that out, and then allow the Father to do his part, which he will, and he'll bless us with what he would have us to have. But we just twist it up where we don't want to be backwards. You don't want to be living half-assed, in other words, and if Yah were to bless you with someone, it would lead to their death because you're not prepared.
Ooh, man.
And that could even be, their spiritual death, even more important than their physical death.
Yes.
Because, so sometimes that could be the case. Because like what I mean by that is this. I started talking about how, with a lot of men, when you listen to the tenor of their conversation, it's not really about what the Father has done for them or, how thankful they are for this opportunity.
So,
did he freeze?
Possibility. I don't know. Even when I look on the live, even mine is frozen.
I see you on the live.
Oh, you can see me moving? My bad. I'm just gonna shut down my computer because I think we can handle it from here.
Yeah, Brother Ken said he thinks that he's frozen.
What Brother Dave was talking about really is good stuff, though. It all lies with us. I mean, if we have stepping, well, I mean, what do we expect? We should be expecting that portion. If we're wicked, expect the woman or women or children to be wicked because they're gonna be a carbon copy of whatever we are. So we should be striving to be the best version of ourselves. You know what I mean? As far as what y'all wants us to be, not what you just want to be or what somebody want to make you into. We should try to be the best. Like I'm trying to be the best Andre I can be for the Most High.
Right.
That's the way I mean, there ain't no other stops for me. I don't have any. What is the word? I don't have a plan in the background going. If this don't work out with y'all, I guess I'm gonna go serve. I don't know, some voodoo or something. No, I don't have them plans going on. It's y'all or nothing.
That's it. It's y'all or bust.
Yes, sir.
That's Brother David saying. It's the book plus nothing. And I think that's really, for a lot of people, it's really, like when you think of that term, the book plus nothing, religion incorporates a lot of other ideas into this faith. And when you strictly live based off of the book, you kind of eliminate all that religiousness that people put in to make themselves feel like they're truly walking this faith out.
Yes,
and then when you start walking this faith out, hold on, let me respond to Brother Dave real quick.
No problem.
When you truly start walking this faith out, you're not really afraid of the judgments of other people anymore. There he is. He's coming back in.
It's a no excuses type faith.
Right.
That's really the bottom line. No room for excuses.
Right. All right, Brother Dave, you're back in.
All right. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Bizarro asked the question. He said, is there a stipulation? Oh, if anybody has any questions, please ask them right now. Otherwise, we're about to shut this thing down.
No doubt.
He asked, is there a stipulated time for having sex with wives? Like 24 or 36 hours must pass before having sex with another wife.
I just read the law.
What does the law say?
I don't even get the question.
I would just read the law. If you find any stipulations within the law, adhere to it. If you don't, well, then you know you're free.
There you go.
What is he talking about? Purification?
I know.
Childbirth or something?
Well, childbirth, we know the law. It's what, 40 days for a son and 80 for a daughter. But that's a completely different story. I think he's talking about just strictly you have sex with one woman and another one.
Oh.
I'm unfamiliar with such a restriction.
Yes, sir. That's open book.
Bizarro, here's how we as men live this book. Yah's law is a big gate around the field. Inside the field, there are mountain bikes and hockey sticks and baseballs and badminton and footballs and basketballs and bowling pins and bowling ball. Yah says you can do whatever you want. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to. It doesn't even mean that it may be prudent for you. It may not be prudent for you to lift weights and then go try to play basketball. But whatever is within Yah's law, within that field, you are lawfully able to do. Men, you are lawfully able to go out there and take 5 wives right now. Would it be wise? Would it be wise? No. Might you possibly lose your house? Likely. But can you lawfully do it?
Sure.
Yes. Sure. All things are lawful, but not all things are expedient. You can do it. Some of the decisions that you make within the law may lead you to sin. But can you lawfully do it? Yes.
Right.
What Yah says is don't get outside of my law. Don't get outside of these fences. So when you read the book, ask yourself the question, is what I'm doing getting outside of this fence?
Yes,
if it is, then it's sin. You know it for a fact. It's sin. Now, if your elder or teacher or pastor or Pharisee or Sadducee makes up a rule and says it's sin if you don't do it, you know that's not sin because it doesn't go against Yah's law. You know it for a fact.
Hey,
so when it comes to... What was that, Brother David?
I said, I got a great analogy.
Uh-oh, go for it.
Yes, sir. Here we go.
It's lawful for us to eat a cheeseburger 51 weeks of the year, also excluding the Day of Atonement. But that doesn't mean you have to eat a cheeseburger every week or every day. It just means you can.
Yes, sir. For
51 other weeks of the year, minus the Day of Atonement.
Because people always ask these law questions. And I tell you all the time, what does the law say?
Right.
Well, brother, my wife likes it when I do this to her. Is it lawful? Yes or no? If it's lawful, if the Bible doesn't say you can't do it, then lawfully you can. Now, might it be smart? No. But can you? Yes. Right. That's where, I think that's where people try to input their own opinion into the law. Brother, you have to come to me before you take a wife. Weren't a lot of us say that?
Who are you?
Right. Did you just make up a law? Because I sure know in Revelation it talks about, and in the book of Deuteronomy, it talks about those people that add to the law.
Man, that's so crazy. Next thing you know, they'll be taking 95% of your check.
Based off of some man-made law. So Bizarro and anybody else, I think that Tony Wells asked the question. It always goes back to the law. Go always. Don't listen to my opinion. Always go back and read the law. And honestly, stay away from commentaries also.
Right. Because when we stand before the Father at judgment, it's his law that he's going to judge us by. So you may as well live your life according to it. Not my opinion, not Brother Chris's opinion, Brother Andre's opinion. Just the book, the law.
Right.
Not your own opinion, just the law. That's what we'll be judged by.
Because and Bizarro, I'm not talking about you in this, brother. But I've had a lot of men come and ask me questions, and it's a great question you asked me, because a lot of men ask us questions like, can my wife wear a thong? Can me and my wife have sex doggy style? Can we have oral sex? And I just look at the person, I'm like, where does it say in the law? Well, in Sodom and Gomorrah, it says sodomy, and they were doing homosexual acts. Right. And Sodom and Gomorrah, the guys were probably kissing other guys. So should we say that that's sodomy then? So when you look at the book, you have to go based off of the law and not. Now, if a person wants to be religious, listen, let them be religious.
Right.
If a person tells you, well, you shouldn't do this, what you should learn to listen to and say is, show me in the law where it says it. If they can't show you, then tell them. If they say, well, Yah told me, then you should tell them, Yah told you to do this thing.
Right.
Maybe he was trying to save you from that, from turning that thing into a sin. It doesn't mean that's for me. One of these brothers, let's say one of these brothers decided to take 6 wives. It doesn't mean that I should go take 6 wives. If they said, brother, you should only have 1 wife. Right, you should only have 1 wife. You are within the law by having 1 wife. You're within the law by having no wives. You're within the law by having 10 wives. As long as you fulfill what the law says in regards to how you handle your wives and the children that come from it.
Yes, sir.
If you want to eat fried chicken every single day, lawfully, you can do it. It's not sin. Is it good for you? No. But I can't come to you and say it's sin. That's the law.
Let's see. Cheeseburgers on Passover. Feast of Unleavened Bread or 12 wives. Never mind, brother. I'm not a homestead. I'm just a brother. I'm sorry, brother. I had a moment.
We love y'all though. We just clowning. We love y'all.
Yeah.
Real talk. We do.
So Bizarre, I hope that brings some understanding. Don't ever let somebody step into your house and input or impose their law onto your law. My law for my house does not go into your household. Any laws outside of Yah's law. I have laws for my house. Do y'all brothers have laws for your house?
Yes, sir.
But as brethren, my laws don't ever infringe onto their laws in their household.
And vice versa. So no man's law should ever trespass your law in your house. That's why it's important for you to have your own land, so you can have your own law. Shout out Jew said they were frying food in Torah. I mean, they had oil.
Right.
Hallelujah.
They had cheeseburgers in Torah.
Yep.
I guess that could be a goal for Passover 2022. Don't eat cheeseburgers on Passover.
All right, Brother Jay Morris asked the question. Is it wrong that I'm not looking for a woman right now, given the situation I'm going through. No.
Not at all. Not at all.
No. Again, you're not required to have a wife, and you're not required to not have a wife. So if you choose not to look, that's all your prerogative, brother.
That's not y'all goals for 2022? To get eight or nine more wives? Y'all don't have that on the goals list?
No, sir.
To be honest, based on the type of women that I see today, I mean, being real, most simply qualify as at best, a handmaid.
Mm.
And then from there, they can work their way up, concubine, wife. But everybody comes in thinking that they're wife material. Everybody thinks that they come in as a wife. And I'm a wife, and I know. And how many other men did you convince that you were a wife? How many other men did you sleep with and you convinced them that you were wife material? All right, Brother Jamil said, my brothers, we have to make it plain. What is fornication? But we have been taught a lot of wrong. All right, brothers, what is fornication? Yo, anybody want to go?
No, I think some of this stuff is just a matter of reading the book, honestly. You get what I mean? It's real clear. I mean, adultery is real clear. This is open book shit.
Having sex with a woman who is not yours is fornication. There you go. Which means if you and a woman have a verbal agreement, it technically is not fornication.
Mm.
That's deep.
Yeah, that's huge.
That's huge. Because a woman and you can make an agreement. For instance, I will serve your house and have sexual rights. And I would like sexual rights. I would like you to have sexual rights over me, and I will serve your house. That's not fornication. But also, she's not your wife. Just saying. But most fornication today in the faith does not happen through sex. It happens through who are the women really submitted to.
There it is.
Sister Elaine and Sister Steve, yes. That makes her a concubine. Y'all said it. That would then make her a concubine. She would no longer be under the status of handmaid. She would now be a concubine, and you have sexual rights to her. And she's serving the household. Y'all are absolutely right. But again, that does not mean she's not your wife, nor does that make her a whore. Therefore, you have not fornicated. Any more questions? Yeah, any more questions? And sisters, if y'all have questions, believe me, if you come respectfully with the question, we'll answer it respectfully.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right, Steve Olson. The divorce courts, y'all better be careful with this whole concubine stuff with a lot of these women today. So her being a porcupine makes it lawful? Am I missing something? Did he really mean porcupine? Did he use text-to-speech?
Probably.
Because I'm going to say her being a porcupine would make it painful. Forget lawful.
Hey, I guess we can't laugh too much. It's in the book where women were standing before wild beasts. So, hey, who knows?
Yep.
Not too far out there. It's in the book.
Jean Paul asks, is it against the book for a man to become intimate with a woman without being married? That's an interesting question, because I've been studying that. I've actually been studying Samson. And what the law says you are not to make a whore out of the daughters of Israel.
Right.
But it doesn't say anything about the other women who are not Israel. Now, we also know the Bible does say all whoremongers have their place in the pit.
Right.
Liars, whoremongers, they have their place in the pit. So the question would then be, was Samson actually breaking the law by what he was doing? That's what I've been studying, and I have not come with a confirmed answer yet. Now, I do know that clearly what he was doing led to his demise. But I'm trying to figure out, is this a case of all things are lawful, but not all things are expedient? Or can I actually point and see he broke the law there? So
it has something to do with who he was doing it with as well.
Yes.
And I think about that just in kind of going back to the previous question about what is fornication. You know, when you look that up in the book, and first of all, I would just answer that by saying it's an excellent word study. You know,
yes.
But
the word fornication.
Right. Because it's often akin or closely related to idolatry.
Yes.
So I'll just leave it there, you know, in terms of.
And there's actually a difference between fornication and whoredoms.
Right. We on the same page, yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah.
Strata Judah, I understood what you were saying, brother. It was actually good. That was actually a good joke. Okay. So is it against the book for a man to become intimate with a woman without being married? I mean, I think the where the study would go to is, what does the book constitute as marriage?
There it is. Right. Yep.
You would have to first define marriage to determine if let's just say, if Brother David Journey Acres, I absolutely agree with you. It's risky business. I ain't doing it. I will never do it. It don't make sense to do it. But
you hit it on the head though when you talked about what does the Bible define? How does the Bible define, or what constitutes marriage?
So that's the primary question you'd have to ask. What constitutes marriage? So, for instance, and you have to take the Bible in its totality. If I go to a woman and say, I want you to join my house, and she says, I will join your house, I would love to join your house, and I say, great, she comes into my house, and I have sex with her, are we married? Is she mine?
I would say yes. If you have that
Yeah.
verbal agreement and you have consummation.
That's it. You have the verbal agreement and consummation. That's why a lot of you sisters today are actually running around as adulteresses, because you've made verbal agreements. And we just had a study about vows. So you actually stated with your mouth, I am yours, and then you allowed him to go into you, which now consummates that agreement. Then when you don't like it, you say, I'm leaving. And then you say, well, we never had an agreement because he didn't write it down on a piece of paper. Period. But Deuteronomy says that if you sleep with her, you shall surely endow her to be your wife. That's only if it's a what? That does not apply. What was that?
Say that part of what you said again.
House of Shalom said, but Deuteronomy says that if you sleep with her, you surely endow her to be your wife. That does not apply to women across the board.
Right.
That applies to a certain type of woman. Does anybody know what type of woman that applies to? Yep, a woman of Israel, but also one more thing that's very important. There it is. Straight out Judah said it. I'm waiting for it to come up. There it is. A virgin. It's a virgin woman, not a woman that's not a virgin. If she's not a virgin, and you go with, that means that she's technically already played the whore.
Right.
And I think the problem that we have when it comes to sex, and that is every woman wants to apply the law of the virgin on them, but they aren't virgins.
Hey,
But they're
it's
smiling.
going to be a whole nother stream because I see a whole lot of.
And LaFrance Hart said another part. For marriage to be completed, there should be witnesses. The Bible says, out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses,
right,
let every word be established. So there has to be, or there should be, witnesses for that agreement to actually stand. Because if I then say we're married and she says we're not married, well, where are the witnesses?
Right. Yep.
So now it's just my word versus her word. There needs to be witnesses. In my marriage covenants with the sisters, I have a witness. I do it in writing. And the reason why I do it in writing is because people have amnesia when it comes to saying words. That's not what I said. So I get it in writing, and then I have a witness section so the witnesses can sign. So there is no way of finagling your way out of this. We have the statement. It's the covenant itself is a witness statement, and then the witnesses are witness statements. So it doesn't just mean any woman that you take and have sex with her, she becomes your wife. Okay, he gave a verse. All right, brother. Hallelujah. I thank you for the verse, but I just want to provide just a little bit. Exodus 22 and 16. All right, you said the verse 22:16. It says, and if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed and he lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. All right, brother. So the word maid, if you look right here, the word maid is the Hebrew word 1330. If you type on the word Hebrew word 1330, it says virgin. So that has to do with virgins.
Yep. And if you go to verse 17, it's going to talk about her being under her father's care.
There it is, right there.
And according to the dowry of virgins.
Yes.
That he shall
yes.
pay.
So this whole thing has to do with the virgin, which means that she should have tokens displayed at the time of that man entering her. The blood will be on the sheets. So if she's not a virgin, this verse does not actually apply to her. And that's where I think that when it comes to the Bible, a lot of people get the confusion in because they immediately say, well, I'm a renewed virgin.
And if you really look at that verse, the reason why that guy is paying that money, that's a penalty because he has stolen something that doesn't belong to him. He's stolen something that belongs to that man, another man, meaning his daughter.
And the Bible says he has humbled her.
Yep.
And if you look behind that word humbled her, a woman can only be humbled that way once. When she loses her tokens, she has been humbled. Or in other words, it also word Bible also uses she's been defiled. So she can't go back and get that, just like a woman cannot go back and get her cherry back. A woman can't be a renewed virgin. Sorry. So that's what the Bible is talking about in regards to that topic of marriage. And that's why we're talking about the topic of marriage, is that we can have open, honest conversations, because a lot of women apply these verses to them as if they were virgins.
Right.
And then what they want is they want what the Bible says about virgins to apply to them, although they've been whores.
I will say this, they don't give, and I just speak like it is. They don't give us brothers free will to just go out there and sling and bang anything and everything we want, because I guess I'm speaking from maybe a different perspective, being a little bit older. I mean, I'm not going to waste my energy like that. Does that make sense?
Right.
Why are you wasting your energy? Why are you wasting time, resources? Why are you even wasting your seed? Why would you waste seed that could be put in a woman that's ready to receive the product to produce an excellent harvest? So what's the purpose of just, hitting everything moving? There is no purpose.
Yep. Right.
Who would have the energy for all that?
Right.
Jennifer, the app I use is MySword. And then in MySword, you can download the Thayers and the Brown Drivers Briggs and the Strongs, and it has all but it's MySword. I don't think that the stores have it anymore. You have to download it straight from the website, and it's free. Well, Brother Andre, what you said right there is crucial. Can you, just very lightly expound on what you were saying?
Well, I mean, I just over the last, and I say, I probably feel like this most of my life. Honestly, I just didn't want to waste, and it's still relevant today. I just don't believe in wasting my time with somebody who is not going to be productive. We can't say, man, I'm just going to be real about it. This is on the brother side. You can't say you don't want to be with a single woman if you are not out there creating single mothers or whatever you want to call them.
Ooh, sure.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, you're supposed to be a steward over your household, and that starts with you. So if that starts with you, that starts with your sperm. That starts with your semen. Because guess what? That's your seed.
Yeah.
That's supposed to go in the right ground.
Yes.
The right incubator. So when those children start coming up, they're being reared after their father in the way of Yah, in the way of God, in the way of the Lord. So I just don't believe in myself or even brothers, or I even tell my son that I don't like. I got a son that's like 27. We ask him all the time, but hey man, you 27, you know, you getting on up there. What are you waiting till you buy? Have you seen any prospects? Ask him all that kind of stuff. And he just told me straight up. He said he's not trying to invest in nobody that where they gonna produce some type of baby kids, as he would call it.
Right.
And I don't have no problem with that. Because I told him you need to be looking for quality. I mean, everybody got, you know, we all got what is it, desires and stuff, but as men, we need to learn how to harness that kind of stuff.
Right.
Because the payout is big, to be honest with you. I hate to say it like this, but it's true. If you wait and be choosy or picky or selective or whatever word people want to use, there's a reason for that. There we go. Why? I mean, you can get the best. As I like the brother said earlier. I mean, the only reason I get a used car now is because I might just want a used car. But I don't put that in the category when it comes to wives. I don't even put that no more in the category of concubines or handmaid. You do not want to invest your seed in somebody and now they gotta be connected to you.
Right.
Damn near forever. Y'all say most people say till 18. Oh no. Damn near forever. I don't want nobody around my house that's not fit.
Right.
And that's how you gotta see it. It's just, I'm gonna say how we would normally talk about it. It's just sex.
It's just pussy.
Right. It's just that. I will wait. I like if you want to sincerely have a family that's valuable, your name be valuable and carry on after you leave the earth, you want to invest in the right woman or women.
That's it. Yeah, we are not advocating you going and sleeping around. You will destroy that. Yeah, don't do that. Now, if you say I can lawfully do it, I mean, have at it. But whatever the content, you're gonna reap what you sow. And if you sow that seed in some bad fields, be prepared to pay the child support.
Right.
If you want to make that risk, go ahead. Oh, brother Andre's saying is true. I've only been in my how old am I? I'm that old? I am 38 years old. I have been with one woman outside of marriage. In my 38 years, I have been with one woman outside of marriage.
That's awesome, brother.
So I'm not about flinging my seed everywhere. And the thing is that it's surprising that so many women, because us men, in one way or another, I didn't fling my seed, but I sure was a hoe, because I sure served other gods. And I had no problem gauging women and talking women and getting flash. I mean, I played college basketball. I saw tons. But when you come to the faith, the reality is it's amazing how many people come to the faith and are still hoes.
There we go.
They come to the faith and they're bouncing out of households. They go into a household, get some penis, and get mad because they ain't getting enough penis, and then they leave the household because they didn't get enough penis. I'm like, that's a hoe.
And dudes don't even check for bills of divorce. We just be like, okay. Because you coming to my house, so it's cool. I don't need
Please
to
make sense of this. How would you, as a man, even consider a woman that has been in two households prior to yours in the faith, and now she wants to come to yours?
That's a no.
A hard no.
A hard no.
Yeah,
you don't need to pray about it.
No. Now, Sister New World, You posted a comment, and I'm going to address that. We will address it.
I just stick with the book. I know what the father said in his book, so I just stick with that. I understand all the medical anomalies. I just stick with the book. Yeah, it's perfect.
You said not every woman has a hymen. Some hymens are completely closed off, and others may not have one. It is exception, but it happened. Here's what I'll say. Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 13. This is the law. If a man take a wife and go in unto her and hate her, and give occasion of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid or virgin. Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. What were those tokens?
Blood on the sheets.
Blood on the sheets. Which means it's a very, you look at that, what that means is that after the man went into the woman for the first time, the man had to allow the father and mother of the woman to take the sheets to prove there was blood on the sheets after they had sex. So all this medical stuff, great. The Bible says if there's no blood on the sheets, she ain't a damsel. She ain't a virgin. So if there's a lot of this medical stuff that we're talking about, I would then venture out to say, did she inherit some generational curses that would allow her not to produce blood on the sheets?
Allow her not to, that would cause her not to produce that which Yah has essentially commanded her be able to produce in that situation.
Right. That's it.
Hey, according to a few statistics from obstetrics, that's like a 0.0. Let's see. It's less than 1% of women. It's saying the likelihood is like 0.03% of being born without a hymen. You know what I'm saying?
Statistically speaking, they would say, that is statistically insignificant.
Yes, sir.
Not worth conversation.
Right. Based on statistical analysis or mathematical analysis, which I took that in college, that would be the bias would be so great in that study that would be thrown out. That would be an outlier.
Right.
Because what you just said really is, I mean, the word is speaking the norm.
Right.
Yah's norm. Family normals.
Right.
According to the book.
Like if somebody were to say, hey, I'm a male, but I was born with no penis. No, that's not the case. Clearly, I have plenty of children here. But if that was the case, I would look at you and be like, that's not Yah's plan. Period. So if you're born without a penis, are you a eunuch?
That's definitely not a blessing. That's a curse.
Right. That would be a curse. That would be a curse. And because we don't understand generational curses that are passed down, women, men, you don't understand the shit that you're doing is going to affect your children.
That's it.
You may think that I can run off and just screw anybody I want to. You can. But don't be surprised when your children end up effed up. I'm just saying. So obviously when we speak on these things, we're speaking about the norm. There's always an exception to a rule.
Yes, sir.
I just choose not to speak on them because it's just that. an exception.
That's like an exception of maybe 3 standard deviations if we want to get nerdy. All right, that's like way out there outliers. So again, statistically speaking, insignificant.
Well, let's just focus instead of focusing on the outliers. Let's focus on that right there.
99.5 other percent.
I have people born with disability, all genetic mutations. Is that always a curse? I can only tell you what the law says. In Deuteronomy 28, he says that if you live and you obey the commandments, all these curses that come upon the nations or come upon the disobedient will not fall upon you.
Yeah, I think the first question. I was thinking the first question should be, what were these people keepers of the law?
Right.
Was they following y'all's laws? I mean, y'all's law, statutes, and commandments? Were they that type of people? That's the first thing I always ask myself. How do these people stack up to the word? And after a while, you look.
That's so good, brother.
Hey, after a while,
that's just cutting out all the bullshit.
Go ahead.
No. I was just saying, what you're saying cuts out all the bullshit.
I mean, a lot of times when I ask questions and I see things going on with people, I say, hold on a second. You know, people bring you stuff and say, man, it's so sad what happened to so. I say, hold on a second. Were them or their people keepers of the law? Did they follow the Most High at all? And you upset for what? For who? Nah, I'm gonna go about my day. Because if you look at it, most of the time, I say 99% of the time, they are getting what they sold or what their fathers have sold. How about that? Just saying. It ain't, I didn't write the book. I'm just following.
Yes, sir. That's spot on, bro. I was just about to say, and that's the part that people don't get or can't seem to cope with, that aspect right there, that it may not necessarily be what these people did specifically, because they could be born that way.
Right.
Situations we're talking about. But that's still the book. It could be what their father or their father's father did. Hey, we didn't write it. We're not making it up. We're just reporting what the book says. You can read. Don't take my word for it. Read the book. That's what it says.
Right.
But rather we like it or not, it's unchanging and it's not moving to us. It's for us to alter our understanding to line up with the truth in which it is written. Period.
Right.
No exceptions. If people were born with it, see. Anyway, if people were born with it,
keep going.
We then have to understand it wasn't that person individually, but then they have to look at what their fathers or their father's father or their mothers or their mother's mothers did. But that's the book. We have to read this book and then decide we either believe it or we don't. But that's what the book says. Generational curses.
Yes, sir.
That's That's the book.
Woo. That is the book. House of Shalom said, sin is a selfish act. Listen to this. This is good.
That's power right there.
That's good. House of Shalom said, sin is a selfish act to begin with. Our ancestors didn't think about us, and we ain't thinking about our seed. Whoa! So understand, when y'all sin, man, that's good. You're doing a completely selfish act, and you're saying, I don't care about the children that come from me.
Woo.
In fact, I am actively cursing them willfully. Men, that's why we say don't go off and do whoredoms. If you go out and do whoredoms, you are actively cursing your children intentionally. So if parents are going out there and doing this stuff, if your child comes out looking like Cyclops, no, you did it. If your daughter grows up and becomes a whore, women, no, you did it. Men, no, you did. Now, men, if your baby mama's keeping you away from it, hey, what I learned, choose better. Because
Yes,
I'm still complicit. I'm still complicit in the children that I have that are not part of me. I chose the wrong woman. So this is all of our choices. You have to start looking, women, when you make that selfish act and say, well, I ain't submitting to him. I ain't going to do what Ruth did. Just look at that child that's next to you. And basically, you might as well put your middle finger up to them and say, F you. Because you are removing your child's possible only chance for salvation. It said that we just read the book. It said the father wakes up for the daughter when no man knoweth. So you are withholding that protection from your daughter. And if that man's willing to come in and say, hey, I'll raise that child, you are removing that protection because your sorry ass can't submit. You can't remove that pride. So then what Yah says in Isaiah chapter 3 and 4 is he's going to break your ass down so far down until you have to grovel to get a man. Read it. Read Isaiah 3 and 4. He's going to make you bald. He's going to make you stanky.
Yep.
Man.
All of that because you're so damn prideful that you think you should be treated like a queen when you've been nothing but a hoe.
Man.
Don't come here bald.
Instead of being... go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
I said, don't come here bald.
Hey, because Yah is not a Yah of imbalanced weights.
Nope.
That's exactly what that would be.
Yes, sir.
False measures.
Ooh. Bro, that's good right there because a lot of women want actually unjust weights and measures.
Yes, sir.
They don't want to reap the consequences for what they've done.
Nope. They want to sow whoredoms, convenience, pleasure, but then reap that of someone who has actually been someone who has adhered to the law.
Right.
That would be literally mocking Yah with that expectation, honestly.
Right.
And then here we are sometimes foolish enough to do it. Mock Yah by saying, oh, okay, well, yeah, she fine, so I'll give her this. I'll equivocate her with a virgin. I'll equivocate her with someone who actually cared enough about Yah and his commands to, subdue their passions and, actually care more about what Yah said than their own feelings.
Yes.
Someone that actually exercised and practiced self-restraint, self-governance. I'll just equivocate her with that. That's a slap in his face. That's literally spitting in his face.
Man.
That's calling that which is wicked good and good wicked.
Right. All right. Last two questions. Jay Morris asked, my parents still aren't in the faith and follow Torah. Wait, they aren't in the faith and they follow Torah? Or you said they aren't in the faith and don't follow Torah?
Yeah, I think he meant that they don't do either.
Okay. By me following Torah causes some conflict between us. So is that dishonoring them? No.
Not at all.
Dishonoring your parents is if you were to be like, my daddy ain't shit. I can't stand my effing daddy. That's dishonoring them. You can honor your parents and simply just not talk to them.
It's not dishonor is not the same as disobeying.
That's
Honor
right.
is not the same thing as obedience.
Right. Ooh. My parents are not in the faith. Well, my mom's dead, but my dad is not in the faith. My biological father is not in the faith. I still honor him as my father, but I do not obey what he says. So if he said, son, put away that tent peg, I'd be like, Dad, listen. Dad, can you please just go have a drink? But I'm not going to obey because he's not in the faith. So as Brother Dan said perfectly, honoring and obeying are not the same thing in regards to your parents. In fact, you should honor your parents. You should respect the fact that they brought you forth on this earth. And you can simply honor your parents but not talking shit about them.
Right.
If you know that they had done things that were wrong in your life, you don't have to go around and blast it out to everybody. Just be like, hey, I'm thankful that my parents brought me forth on this earth.
Right.
There you go.
Did their job. I'm here.
Yep. And you know what? You're an adult. You're still alive. I mean, my parents fed me. They clothed me. I made it through school. I learned very powerful things that kept me out of trouble. I never said the Pledge of Allegiance my whole life because of them. I have an honor. I just don't obey them. Not anymore. And then Sister New World asked, if a family in the faith has a child with a disability, will that child be told they are a curse? You don't have to go and tell your child you're a curse. But what I would do, and I've done this, I say, you know what? Maybe the reason why you're going through what you're going through is because of me.
I was just going to say that, brother. The bigger question is, or bigger problem is, or the bigger issue is that the family should more so concentrate on what was done by their forefathers or themselves, and make sure that they're not doing that now, and make sure that the seed isn't doing that. They should be eradicating that issue more so than concentrating on who's a curse and who's not a curse. They just being straight up about it.
Right. Again, Brother John Paul, to honor is not the same thing as to obey. So if the parents are not in their faith, and I don't know if that's what your comment was to or not, I'm not sure, but you know, how we even got started talking about that was the question was the parents were not in the faith. So we can honor our parents without obeying them in the ways that we've already discussed. But it's a tremendous difference of honoring versus obedience, or dishonoring versus disobedience. You can honorably disobey your parents.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yes, you can.
Most definitely. I was just gonna say, my dad is a Christian. I don't dishonor him. I give him much honor because of what he has done to get me here at this place. But now I also know if he's asking me to do something that's outside of, well, the Torah,
right?
Outside of what I believe, what I live, then I know I don't have to honor that.
Yes, sir.
And he respects that I stick to my belief.
Right.
I stick to the Bible. He don't feel disrespected. Like if he was cooking dinner, because if his wife was making his dinner for the family, and they were, let's say they made pork chops, and I was like, no, I'm eat chicken, then he wouldn't feel disrespected. Or you know what I mean? Or matter of fact, to be honest with you, I think parents really understand the concept better than we do as their children. They understand what it is to say, to be able to back out. Hey, mom, dad, I love you, I respect you, but that's just something I don't do.
Right.
And I don't disassociate myself from him because he eat pork chops, if that's what he
Right.
eats. I don't be like, no, I don't deal with my dad because he ain't he ain't. That's the problem. I'm gonna go ahead and hit it. That's
No,
the
go
problem
ahead.
with some of us right now. You done
Yes,
got.
sir.
I'm gonna just say something.
Listen here, brothers and sisters. Listen to what he's about to say. Hit it,
I'm just
brother.
gonna keep it real. Half of y'all, and I'm just saying this, half of the people in the faith, they done either came in by some of these ministries, and y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about these big major Hebrew ministries. Y'all done came in by that way. So when a man tells you, hey, don't deal with your family because they don't deal with Torah, you just run headlong into that BS. And then therefore you breaking y'all's law by not honoring your parents by saying I ain't gonna deal with them because they don't believe like I believe. You can't even find that in the book.
Brother
No,
Andre,
sir.
can I ask you a question? Can
Go
I ask you a
ahead.
question? Does it say honor your father and your mother if they're in Israel?
No, sir.
Does it say thou shalt not steal as long as if you steal they're not in Israel?
No, sir.
Does it say thou shalt not commit adultery, but if the wife is not in Israel, you good?
No, sir.
So therefore, that lets you know, brothers and sisters, what Brother Andre is saying is 100% true. Honor your father and your mother means honor them, but it does not mean obey them.
And in case anyone wanted to try and say, well, no, that's not true. That's not what it means, or whatever. No, that's exactly what it means. And if I can give you a perfect example of where it was stated otherwise, let's say when it comes to usury, right? Who can you charge usury?
Everybody but your brother.
Yep.
Yeah, the heathens, everybody but your brother. So
Yes,
Yah
sir.
is perfectly capable of differentiating when he wants to. And because he didn't, that means he didn't. Period.
He said, thou shalt not steal. That doesn't mean you can go to Walmart and steal from Walmart.
Right.
Yeah.
It means thou shalt. Brother David, you killed it. You killed it, brother.
Yes, sir. I was just about to blurt out these folks' names, but I ain't gonna do that. But they gotta come. Y'all gotta come off of that stuff, man. Just because these folks tell you these, I just say this: half of the people that
brother, if you want to say a name, I'm good. I don't care.
I'm gonna just let it go. But I was gonna say half of the folks that telling you to disassociate yourself completely with your family. That's because a lot of times they have a big influx of women. So in order to capture them women, you got to get them away from who? Their father.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh. That's what it is. You got to recognize game for what it is.
Yes,
they got a big following of women. A bunch of women. Matter of fact, most of the women that be on here, they probably watching these folk in the morning. Let's just be real. So in order for them to capture these women and use all of their deacons and brothers and elders and get them more wives and get some children and build up a ministry, guess what you got to do? Pull them women away from their damn families. Y'all better go for that okie doke. That's bull.
Or able to they want to pull these men away from their families so that those family members stop having as much say or power over them and able to talk some reason into them to stop them from doing something stupid and foolish like giving these jokers your land or 95% of the check that you went to work and earned.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Y'all killing it. Y'all are killing it. Keep going, please. This is going to rescue somebody.
Really? What brother, they just say that's really the truth. Men need to get that too. Because if your father or your uncle or your brother heard that you was working at Walmart, check that out, Walmart in the city, and then you're going to give a man, a ministry, a group of people 95% of your income or even 100% of your income, and then you say, well, I'll take an allowance? That's crazy. Your family men will tell you, you crazy. You need to stop doing whatever you're doing. Matter of fact, they would try to knock some reasoning into you.
That's so what they have to do, what these groups have to do is separate any voice of reason If it's your family, they're wicked. They ain't even Israel. Only we Israel. If it's other fellow brothers who are walking this faith out, they ain't part of us.
Right.
They doing whatever they possibly can to separate you from anybody that's going to talk truth into you, to stop you from doing the dumb shit that you've been doing.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Because your father's going to be like, nigga, I didn't teach you that.
Right.
I didn't teach you to go bust your ass, to take your money and give it to some man who calls himself your shepherd.
Oh, Lord.
You got a father right here. What you mean that's your spiritual father?
Yeah, there you go.
Can you imagine a daughter saying, can you imagine one of y'all daughters? Just check this out. Hey, Dad, I'm going to go get married because my pastor is giving me to somebody else. You be like, wait a minute, I'm right here. I didn't give you to nobody. My spiritual father did.
Nah, that ain't gonna fly.
I don't need you, Daddy, because my spiritual father is holier than you.
There we go.
Man.
There you go.
And what y'all said was dead on, because the only way to get that daughter from y'all is to have her acknowledge that y'all ain't Israel because you're not with them.
There we go.
Only they are Israel. So therefore you can't be your father. Man, Brother Andre and Brother David, y'all lit a fire underneath me, because I didn't even think of it that way. Man.
No, it's game, brother. That's what it's been the whole time. That's all it is, game.
Yes, sir.
And your daughters, whether people believe it or not, your daughters is merchandise. Your sons is merchandise. And even with the sons, guess what? They gonna make them into slaves. I saw I put on the screen earlier about he not even an Israelite. I think it's a he. He not an Israelite. He an individualite. He said because he gonna buy his own land. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
They know that if I told my daddy some stuff like that, he'd be looking like, well, what you gonna give Daniel? What you gonna give your grandson Mason? What you gonna do about that? They would, our fathers wouldn't let that go down if we told them, hey, I'm gonna like this. I'm gonna go give away 100 acres of my land. What? They'll think we crazy. Because we would be crazy.
Absolutely.
My daddy's
over here in Acts.
My dad's a biker.
All that education that you can't read, you didn't read the rest of it.
My dad is a biker. I couldn't imagine going to my dad, because me and my dad, when I first moved out here, he wanted to come visit, and he had a nice big cross, and I was like, Dad, I don't have crosses on my property, and he was like, son, I'm wearing this cross. This is third generation, back from the street. I was like, Dad, I can't wear it. We got in a little discussion about it. He said, you know what, son, okay. I couldn't imagine telling my biker Dad, I done gave the rock to my pastor.
What the hell?
My dad's the type of person, he'd be like, no, you didn't. No, Dad, I did. No, you didn't. My dad might go try to get him and then get me. My dad would beat my ass. He put hands on me.
I believe it.
Because my dad would be like, I didn't teach you that.
That's
and if you can show me in the Bible where it says that, I'll believe it, because I know you believe it.
Right.
But you can't even find that in the Bible, son.
And in that way, that's a good father.
Right. My dad just saved me from giving away my inheritance.
Yes, sir.
See, what's being said right now, these brothers, what they said right there, they trying to save some of y'all from destroying not just your name from Israel, but not a good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children.
Yes,
so
sir.
if a good man does that, what does a bad man do?
Leave
fails to leave an inheritance to his children's children, i.e., he gives it away. to some other dude so that he could be called real Israel.
Some of y'all are so thirsty for a tithe. See, there's so many niggas today that are so thirsty. They thirsty for their leaders to give them some water. Now, they'll take water off of the curb if it means getting water. I'm gonna be real. Y'all just open up my eyes with what y'all just said right there. I never thought about that way. Bro, Dan, when you said about usury, I never thought about that. I never thought about that. Y'all had no problem saying things specifically in the Bible. When it comes to sex, he tells you who you cannot have sex with, even as far as going through your family line. To let you know you cannot. He went as far as going in the days. If you have a daughter, 40 days your wife is unclean. Even if her blood flow stops, she's 80 days. If it's your daughter, 80 days she is unclean. If it's your son, 40 days he is unclean. So even if you say, well, she stopped bleeding, Yah said she's unclean. There's no mystery. Yah is so specific. So how is it all of a sudden he forgot to put things in his Torah like, niggas, give your shit away to your pastor?
Man.
He didn't.
Yah was so careful and so specific, he even went in to say, men, don't go into a beast. Woman, don't stand before a beast. You mean to tell me he's going to go into that level of detail but forget to give me the instructions to say, hey, if I really want to be Israel, if I really want to be called by his name, I must give all that I have to some man. All of a sudden, in this area, he's going to become and operate in obscurities? No.
Yah really did say, women, do not stand before a beast. It wasn't even let the beast do you. It was also, don't even let it cross your mind to approach the beast
right
in a sexual way.
Yeah.
So he was that specific, but then forgot the rest. And brothers, what we're saying is that if you look at the book and go based off of the book and not man-made opinion, not distorting Paul's words or anybody else's words, if you go based off of the book, you see what the book says. Yah was very specific. All the rest is conjecture. And the problem is most of the things that Yah says don't line up with Western thought.
There it is. We try to approach the book telling it what it means based on our Western perspective. Oh, this must mean that. No, it doesn't. You're trying to just, toward over here and distort it because it doesn't make sense. Instead of you trying to move it to fit in your off paradigm, you got to move. It ain't moving. It just is what it is.
Right. Stick with the book.
Yes, sir.
And the earlier not the sooner we can grasp that and live it, the better we'll be. Because ultimately, without that, hey, you just may as well go do you to the max because you're not pleasing Yah anyway.
If I wasn't living this book, brothers and sisters, as I'm sure we all would, I told y'all I would go to hell in a Cadillac with a hose in the back. I would have a whole platoon of hose.
Yes, sir.
In the back of my Cadillac. So if I was if I was willing to ride for how I did for Satan when I was out there in the world, in the streets, I'm gonna ride for Yah 10 times harder. And I'm not talking about gang banging in the faith, like some of these dudes who are just thugs and gangsters in religion.
Right.
We don't have a sect. We're not called Hebrew. Our group isn't called The Way or some camp name. That's just another denomination. We are believers.
Yes, sir.
We are in the faith. That's all we are. What did Paul say? Paul said, some say they are of Paul. Others say they are of Apollos. Aren't we not all of Yeshua?
Yes, sir.
That's why some of y'all cats run around with S's and I's and purple garments and all this other shit.
Yep.
We don't even know who you are anymore because you've been absorbed.
Hey, some of these jokers don't even believe in Yeshua. Some of these
Right.
jokers don't even believe in the Bible. It's like, man, what? Y'all don't even know what y'all doing. It's just a new club.
New
Yes,
club.
sir.
And if you say we're wrong, prove us in the Bible where we're wrong for representing Yeshua.
Hey,
For representing Yah. Tell us where we're wrong. Tell us where the book says that we have to be part of a name to be Israel.
Hey, I'm gonna one up. Tell us
Go ahead,
where
brother.
we're wrong for representing Yah while holding on to our deed and 100% of our check minus what we choose to give of our own free will and accord.
Man.
Because Yah willing, we'll be here every week, every Shabbat,
Yes, sir.
until he say otherwise.
Yes, sir.
Every week we'll be here. And if you find a verse that says that we are wrong, we will open up this chat for a fourth person, and you can go through the word and correct us because we are not above correction.
Not at all.
That's right. That's right.
But let me tell you, we all know you full of shit. So you ain't gonna come here.
Yes, sir. Hey, just listen at this stream, man. And there's a lot of questions and some of the commentary that came out of it. I'm like, damn. Even the men need deliverance, but the deliverance is reading the damn book.
That's it.
I don't want secondhand nothing. I
Or
don't want
believe it.
Pastor nobody to give me nothing. I earn it. I'm like James Brown. I don't want nobody to give me nothing. I get out here and get it myself. I
Right.
get my own land, my own family. You don't need
Yes,
your
sir.
pastor doing all that stuff for you. You don't need your elder.
But where do you even see that in the book? Where do you even extrapolate the concept that niggas ran around giving wives to men unless they were servants? Where do you see it in the book where a man ran around finding wives?
That's where it is, but
Go ahead, brother.
that's where it is. They just realize that niggas so dumb today. Hey, if you don't call it servanthood, servitude, you just switch it up, call it brother, or really good brother, or you really love me at this level type brother. Hey, niggas so dumb today, they'll do the stuff till they die. But what is really called is servitude.
Yes,
slavery.
sir.
You are read the Torah and see functionally. I don't want to hear about, well, brother, I'm getting in the spirit. Nigga, your spirit's a servant too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because they can't even have ownership of their own thoughts. I'm talking about as men.
Right.
They can't even get two sides of a story, which Yah commands that they do. In other words, these men these leaders command these people to behave foolishly, which is exactly contrary to Yah's word. Yah says, hey, you better hear both sides of the matter before you make a judgment. These people say, you talk to that other side if you want to, you're out of here. And they already know they got you because you've given them everything and you live there. Where you going to go on $500?
But
so
it just oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. So now there's a delay.
Of your fear of lack, you're serving this man instead of serving Yah.
And we witnessed, brothers, the three of us, we witnessed over the past, I say 2 years, 3 or 4 guys just pop up. We have Well, I want a community, but my wife is afraid of bugs, so I'm gonna pave my whole land. We have that one. We have Mr. Give me $500 and then I'll reserve a spot for you in my community.
Right.
We have the most prominent one, Hebrew Israelite of the Year. We got quite a few people who are realizing that people that are truly trying to get free from this world and this system are being entrapped into the next system. And they're losing everything that they got. Sister Cassie said, look at this spirit. Sister Cassie said, I found a conference for Torah. Bless you, brother Rob and Sister Cassie. They said, I found a conference for Torah. They want $150 per person to listen to someone talk for a few hours. Did Yeshua charge for a teaching?
We've been on here for 4 hours and have not and are not asking for a dime.
Nope.
We're
In
not
fact,
asking for a dime. We're not asking for your deed. We're not asking for 95% of your check. We're not asking for you to do anything but choose to believe this book, not our
That's
words, but the book, and then go live it. That's it.
Yes, sir.
in fact, we're actually pushing you, as Brother David said, to go live the book and keep your shit. If you choose anything, it's not by compulsion. Doesn't the Bible say if you're going to give not by compulsion?
Yes, sir.
So you're not giving because I'm telling you have to give to me if you're real Israel. I'm going to be real. I know a lot of brothers. There's a lot of brothers out here that have lands. You don't see the three of us going around to other men's lands talking about this is the Rock, Arizona. This is Shalom, New York. This is Mothland, Texas. Because what we're telling everybody is, brothers, you grab the Bible, read the Bible, do what the Bible says, come out of her. That's what the book says. It's not what I said or Brother David or Brother Andre. Come out of her, separate yourself, create an ark, a safe haven for you and your family.
Yes, sir.
And then help others, as the Apocrypha says, according to what you have. Build your homestead. We're not asking anything from you. We don't have a Patreon. So we can say, some of this stuff I just can't say on YouTube because, they'll demonetize me, which is really what it is. You're just going to get demonetized. We've said some crazy shit in these live streams. All we get is demonetized.
Demonetized within the first 5 minutes. 5 seconds sometimes.
Right. We get demonetized. We're not doing this so we can get paid. We're doing this so that if one person is being led by the blind because they're blind, they can open up their eyes and be like, wait a minute. So you trying to say that there's somebody who's out there not trying to make merchandise of me? Well, there's somebody that truly wants me to succeed because all of us are doing well. We're good where we are. We don't need your money. I'm not going to ask you to give me your check and then I'll give you 8% because I'm a good brother.
Right. Don't give it to him. Give it to me. I'll give you back 10%.
Oh, Brother Andre, how much you giving back?
10%.
I'll do 10.5.
All right, you got me. Give it to me. I'll give you 20 back. Because I'm a real good brother. I really love you.
I ain't going under 19. So it looks like you should go to Brother David and become part of Hoffland.
And don't get me here because I'm not trying to have y'all. I wouldn't want to deal with that aftermath. So don't send it here. No. Yep.
Because we know that when Yah judges us, he's gonna look at us and be like, so there was this brother John. He couldn't get his own homestead and form his own family, and I had something for him. I was gonna have him help save 2 other sisters that had nothing to do with you, but he couldn't save them because he was manipulated by you to give all this shit to him and then to seek him for permission to get married.
Man, I wouldn't want to be a part of that.
That blood, oof. I want no parts of that. Man.
Anyways, we done, brothers. Y'all done?
I'm good. Done. We love y'all.
Hey, we love y'all.
We love y'all. One of y'all close it out.
All right.
Draw a recap. A quick 5-minute recap. Both of y'all a recap of what these last 2 streams were about for sisters. In y'all's words.
Well, in my words, the recap is this. Just humble yourself. Identify as I identify, as a servant. That's how I come to the Most High, as a servant. Willing to be placed wherever he sees fit, not wherever I see fit. Also, have some value. Maintain the value you're supposed to have by, number one, if it's a younger woman, you need to be staying around your father as much as possible so he can protect you, or whoever that elder male is in your family who's supposed to be protected. If I was young men, if we talking to young men, hey, you need to have some value too, and not be casting your seed everywhere because you want a good harvest to come out of your children. But all of these, live streams really been trying to get us as men and women, in order for you to build a nation as people want to clone it, or build a brotherhood, families have to be, put together the right way. And there is a right way prescribed in the Bible. And most of the time it's going to be contradictory to what you have learned or heard on television, or in books, or in fairy tales, or whatever your mom, your grandmama, and them told you. This following this book is the only good can come out of it. Matter of fact, I think following the way of Yeshua, I believe he is the way, the truth, and the light. Right. So that's what we need to be doing. I'm just being honest. That's what we need to be doing. We need to have successful marriages. That way we have successful children, because guess what? They got a strong father. They got a nurturing mother that follows that father. She listens to them, she obeys her husband. So that's really the moral of the story. Men have really failed in a lot of areas we've been over evaluating women. Well, not evaluating, over, giving them more value than what they need. Overvalue.
Yes.
Or what they even earn. Because the truth of the matter is what the brother say, hey, I know me, I don't know if I was qualified to be no wife now. When I came to the father, I don't know about no wife and no concubine. I probably should have been the person scrubbing the floors. I'm just saying in my own words. Scrubbing the floors, being humble, being submitted. And that's being humble means you willing to start at wherever he put you. Not wherever I thought. Being submitted meant that too. I didn't have my own train of thought about it anymore. I had his train of thought. And that's all I got, man. We trying to build our families, and y'all are just having the opportunity to hear how we talk. This is how we talk when we together. Over the phone or whatever we're doing.
That's really it. We're just really kind of having a conversation with each other. And everybody else is listening. Brother David, 5 minutes. Go ahead and close it out, my brother.
That's good stuff, Brother Andre. Mine won't even take 5 minutes. I'll just say this. You got a few categories. Only one of them is not good. You could be a house, you could be a wife, a concubine, a handmaiden, or a hoe.
Yes,
All
sir.
of the first are fine. You don't want to be a hoe.
No doubt.
That holds true for the women looking to join a house as a handmaiden or a concubine, or if you're qualified, even a wife. And all three of those are great, but you don't want to be a hoe. And for us men, hey, when we come before our master, let us strive through the character that we're building, through our actions, the habits that we're forming, that are all girded by and stemming from the keeping of the guarding of his commands. The more we do that, the higher our value is. That's what would differentiate us between a wife, a concubine, a handmaiden, or just a straight up hoe. You don't have to be. I just speak for me. I came to y'all as a hoe. I worked myself from the ground floor up just to try to even, to be counted as a handmaiden would be praise Yah, hallelujah. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Master, for counting me worthy to even be a part of you.
Ooh. In 1 minute, can you both explain? But I don't think I did a good enough job. In 1 minute, just 1 minute, 60 seconds, can each of you explain what is a hoe? What kind of behaviors?
You running dirty, you running your own program. You are contrary to the book. You just loose. As a man, you're loose contrary to Yah's word. In the spiritual realm or physically, you just loose. Women, you just loose physically or spiritually. That's how I define it.
Yep. I would define it the same. I mean, the word that comes to mind is disobedient, rebellious, Antichrist. That's all I get. I mean, that's enough right there. I mean, that's it. Man.
That's good stuff, bro, Andre.
You nailed it. You nailed it, bro.
Y'all were on fire. I was just sitting here taking mental notes. That's why I love throwing that softball pitch to the two of y'all. Obviously, the both of y'all are older than me. You have more experience than I do. So I love, you playing softball, you throw that real soft pitch, and you watch the batter just crank that back as far as he can and knocks it out of the park.
Sometimes
I'll be playing slow pitch softball with y'all.
I said on it too. You be smashing home runs from the fastball out of the park.
I guess we're just a real life example of all things in common.
Hallelujah.
Are you sure?
Hey, in the real biblical sense of the truth of it, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, right. I got you now.
Hallelujah.
All right, well, we love y'all.
We love y'all.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.